from the cities coming in, teams looking to maybe control those choke points, but also I liked actually what Pain did moving down into the ferry pier earlier on here for Pain Ladies, because I think that was really crucial for them to avoid those southern rotations equally from those teams in on the eastern end.
Absolutely. But I did see in the kill feed, Wolf, we got one down from KMG, so there is an actual hot drop in Severny. I don't know why Severny ends up being the hot drops, place. I don't understand that, because there's not as much loot up there as, you generally see on a competitive Erangel match. So I'm not sure why they insist on hot dropping Severny, but there you go. There are two teams up there, but they look like they've gotten the res back up and running, so we're all good on that front. No players lost just yet, which is fairly good because, we've only got, we're only in 3 minutes into the game. Who is this? NTX. Okay, so not Go, NTX.
Yeah, NTX up towards this north side, as you said, KMG are there. It looked also like KMG, we could see on the map earlier on, that they were maybe making this more southern rotation with one of their players, maybe looking to wrap around and create that pincer point onto NTX from two different angles. I would be curious to see if they can pull that off, but NTX, they do look like they've got that separation, they've still got that control. I don't imagine too much should come out of these two teams, because they are still quite far away from the zone. They will naturally also want to make sure and be mindful of that they want to get back in towards the edge of this zone too.
They will indeed, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see which kind of side they rotate on. Are they going to end up going their separate ways? It looks like KMG have got a head start and gone, you know what, this isn't worth it. We've got a little bit of loot, now we just need to move on, go our ways. Yeah, because it does look like Sagita was the one that went down. Yeah, now seems like a good time to just get out of there. You know what, first game, you don't need to take the fight. Just let them have Severny. You can always hit back harder another day, or they may just decide, you know what, Severny's not all that's cracked up to be anyway, we're just going to go elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think down towards Roshawk, I mean, you could equally, as we said, go towards that Georgia Pole Bridge side, where there are a few teams. You mentioned, obviously, Wildcats being there and loving to continue to drop down on that Georgia Pole City. But I think that really they maybe just take it slow, look at these shorter buildings or so, take it into a slow rotation beginning to the edge of the zone. We saw that kind of pop around the edge of ruins just past Roshawk itself, and I think that they will be able to avoid a lot of the teams for now. I think staying together though is crucial, because KMG, as they make these vehicle rotations in, I don't want them to be losing players, going too wide and then not being able to recover. If they lose one or two players, it gets a lot harder to rotate into that zone coming in later into the game.
Yeah, it really does. It is something they're going to have to be careful with, especially with this zone in particular. You do have the Denise Bank Wildcats guarding the north. You have Galatasaray and probably everybody from Roshawk as well, moving forward and kind of protecting that side of zone. So you're either looking at a rotation from these northern teams, or you're looking at a very, very long road trip all the way down to the south side, where there are also teams. So for us, this is a great zone because it gives us lots of action. We got lots of stuff going on. For these teams, it's not so fun because, they have some choices to make. They've got some choices to make early and in a timely manner. So we'll just have to see how each team takes it. The Wildcats, for now, they're going to be taking it way up onto that mountainside, but it looks like somebody's right behind her, so I'll have to see how that plays out. But brute force it, and Astra, Hate Me, and Yagi, both over here on the Pachinki Hills, moving forward, and this is really prime spot for them, so nice timing for them to come up and move up here. If they can keep this position, they could be in for a few kills here.
Yeah, I think this high ground, keeping the information would be crucial for brute force here. And as we look at actually KMG also getting shot now by the Densey Bank Wildcats, who are taking refuge on top of the hillside. KMG are going to avoid, though, the shots for now. They're going to all get around, but they will have to take the long route away from the side of the Gatka Hill. Maybe look towards possibly the ruin side, maybe look towards Gatka Fields. It's going to be difficult for them because KMG, they are now, yes, inside of the zone. They're a bit more towards the center, but they don't really have a place to call their own yet. They are still in this unknown territory. They know that there's a team up north, but where are the rest of the teams around them still?
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, at least the way that they've gone, that entire western side doesn't have, as far as I remember, at least last time we looked at the map, doesn't really have anybody over there. So they could go to the west coast and be quite happy for now. But that, of course, is the phrase of the day, isn't it? For now. That's not a substantial place to actually set up for the rest of the game. So it's really going to have to see how we go into that second and third circles to really determine who's going where. Because it is still very early. I mean, we've been yakking and talking about all these, rotations and all this sort of stuff, but it's still very, very early, and these teams have got a really great handle on their timing because, look, we're not even on Zone 2 yet. Zone 2 has not shifted up, and they're already on the way, and they're late compared to some of these teams. So we'll see how this goes, but NTX even might run into somebody. Now, that is interesting. From the team over in Georgia Pole, they're actually going through to Yabasnaya and around. That is very interesting from them. I did not expect that, seeing as they were in Georgia Pole. They only had the Wildcats on that north side, but it looks like teams have already gone to the western side fairly quickly, so good call.
And you do see a few of these other teams as well coming down from the north side. I think we'll probably see NTX also look towards that Gatka Hill side, look to try use that as a hill or some way to get high ground information on the rest of these teams closer to the zone as they are making that slightly later rotation, but they possibly still get caught out by the Wildcats on the other end of that mountain. They won't know that they're there until they rotate around the other end. As we do move back to Brute Force Ad Astra, keeping an eye on this hillside themselves, and you've also got here in Brute Force Yagi and XQ together coming from Slime Machine Girls. Now, Slime Machine Girls in Season 2, now sure, they got 4th place, so I'm looking really at Yagi and XQ as these two players, these two veterans, right, alongside, as we mentioned, the new players coming into this season, how they're going to be able to take charge and be able to also help these new players in amongst the new season here that we have.
Yeah, me too, except, wait, hang on, Galatasaray, Bonfire not having a good start to the game. 2 already eliminated. I think that's Galatasaray moving in. Yeah, I figured they would. That's 2 knocks. They're not going to let go of that. I think Bonfire's days are numbered. Oh, yeah. It is Tofita with that spray into Bonfire. I mean, and this, you just see, don't you, Galatasaray, the veterans that they are, the winners of, the first part of the season. Such a good team. I mean, that was an instant push. Bonfire had 0 chance there. So, GG's Bonfire, better luck next time. But dang, Galatasaray not disappointing in any way, shape, or form there.
Yeah, Galatasaray showing us why they were the champions, why Toffee was the MVP in Season 2. Brute Force still holding an edge of this hillside and of the zone. And also, as we get to talk about a few of these more teams coming in, Goat Valkyries, another one of these teams playing in today. And we were mentioning it before, there are a few teams who didn't get the greatest finishes in terms of their previous teams, but have joined up together now with maybe 1 or 2 of the top players of last season. And we've got Odaddy there, alongside also Tyre from Armed Family Girls, and they too having new players on their team. I'm actually curious about how some of these players from Rise Divas in the previous season look to try to take their new teams up towards each other, as Virtue, Kowalski will find one of their team knocked down by the looks of it from a couple of these other teams on the outside here. Question mark, one of them looking to also come in to the edge of this zone.
Yeah, this is interesting. By the way, I love the name question mark. That's such a great name. But this bit of zone getting very busy all of a sudden. They've got at least 3 teams in this one area, and I think because zone has continued to move down to the south, that these teams are kind of getting bunched up here. I would really like KYS to keep this hill here. Virtue got a really good spot, but Aquarius does go down, so now they're down to 3. It might be time to back off just a little bit. I just hate when that happens, because that is such a great hill to defend from, and now unless they're going to move right out of the way, which it looks like they're doing, they're really just giving that high ground to another team. So I'm curious to see how this one turns out for them. I would have liked them to keep that hill, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Aquarius, that new player for their team as well. The rest of them all have come through from Season 2. I think very true. They should still have that synergy to keep themselves together. They've got that mountainside as well, down towards the south, and I think they should be realistically okay. They shouldn't get into too much trouble. It's going to be difficult for a team to obviously charge them on that slight hillside that they got on the buildings that they should be able to defend this and defend themselves for now, but it will set them back on their rotation moving in later to the game. Digital Athletics here as well on the quarry side, keeping an eye on the Wildcats as they rotate past them.
Indeed. Yeah, Quarry not being super busy at the minute. Digital Athletics do have a fairly open spot. Oh, but that zone, yeah, definitely putting these teams very close to each other. Still, no one going over to that island side, though. Everyone's deciding it is going to be the mainland. Honestly, I'm not so sure. I think it could end Ferry Pier. I think it might even go a little bit more towards the bridge. But we'll just have to see. A couple of teams still outside of zone, though. CameraFi being one of them. They had a very early rotation, got caught early, but managed to escape. And looks like they're going to be going from the frying pan and into the fire just a little bit here with these new teams coming in.
Yeah, and that shift as well from the more western side back onto the east of that zone, going to ping pong a few of these teams back into the zone quite quickly because of the way it's decided to shift 50-50. These teams want to have a position around the edge of that bridge, be able to rotate or have an access point on the ocean side through to that soft Norfolk South Island if need be, because it is still up in the air of where this final zone will go, and that is why I think we might see some more fighting of these teams coming into this next phase and into stage 3.
Yeah, I think this is where it's going to start really, really heating up. We're already getting a few knocks. Virtue have lost Aquarius, of course, but BF. Wait, BF? What's BF? I'm just on air confusion right here. BFX and BF, what's the difference? I'm sure we'll get that later. Brute Force. Yes, of course, I knew that. Brute Force at Astra have one down already. So we're starting to see these teams start to dwindle just a little bit. There is some fighting going on. And the Wildcats, oof. You know what, Wolf? I gotta say it. Too many times I see teams on low ground just because it's a compound. I really don't care that there's a compound there. Look where that compound has gotten you. A lot of smokes and a lot of bad angles. So I really wish teams wouldn't do this. But you know what? There they are, and we'll see how they get themselves out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's effectively put themselves in between two hillsides, right? Yes, they've got a hill behind them on one angle to move closer into a zone. That zone has looked like it's shifted maybe towards that South Island by the looks of it as well. KMG coming in, it means that Dempsey back Wildcats, they realistically need to move up past this quarry side and into the zone and avoid this fight, because that did look like a big shift for them. Now 850 odd meters or so away from that next phase.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I just want to know how the Wild because now it seems like they're out and everything's fine and dandy, which I do not understand one bit. But there you go. It's fine. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all.
That is a zone where the Highland Wolf has come back, and the game has decided to take my evil sort of ethos that I've had bought 6 months ago back into the PUBG world. So I'm very sorry, ladies, but I had to do it to you in the first game. We're having a 50% water zone on our angle. I love the South Island, though. Everyone should know it by this point, and I think this position on the South Island, particularly here, for MIR, is going to be so beautiful if they can hold it. But the problem is that they didn't hold the backside. They're too focused on these rotational teams, or these rotations from teams coming in across the water, that now you've got the side of Go Valkyries, Oh Daddy, the squad that we talked about, now leading their way in behind them. It's a beautiful position for Gristo, firing down onto them in near esports. It really just doesn't look great. You've split two of your members away from the fight. Now they can start to focus on the solo, the grenade, even from Gristo, to deny him coming back up towards the fight itself.
Oh no, and now Rook at the back as well, so Goat's now getting sandwiched. It's just a sandwich, I gotta say. Well, this side of zone of the island is fantastic. It's great, but it's such a pain for these poor teams. Question mark now getting shot at. Gristo's got a great position here, I've gotta say, but now 2 of her team are down. MT still got full squad down there. Don't know how they managed that one. And Rook up top, who in fact have an angle. So Satan Nova, she's really, really good with her aim. So Gristo's got to be super, super careful with this one.
Yeah, Taya and Gristo, crucial position here for their team. Unfortunately, they looked maybe for Old Daddy to come to the revive for their initial knock member. They step out now. They also get caught. And Rook could take advantage of this. They know where Gristo is. But if Taya and Gristo can stay together, they have a high point advantage. They have a strong position still in this zone.
They do indeed. I really love Galatasaray's position here, actually. It's not going to hold out forever. They are going to have to make a move eventually, but that little bit of zone that they do have, and the sea that they have guard over, I guess, really puts these other teams in a position of inferiority compared to Galatasaray here. It's a really, really good spot for them. I think they are looking to move just a tad early, in my opinion. I would like to see them, be there just a little bit longer, have a few more shots there. But, that zone is pressuring them just a little bit. It's probably going to get a little bit faster now. So they're going to have to make the choice they do, especially when that zone goes all the way over to the bridge. Not gonna say I told you so.
Yeah, and also Rook here have helped Mir Esports get back into this game. It looked like they were out, but now you've got Gristo. Taya has to come up to the rescue, and that's brought the opportunity here for Mir Esports to climb this mountain. They put a smoke behind them on also Rook to block, but it looks really desperation point here for Go Valkyries. One nade, they know where they are. Could be pretty obvious. You see that one almost hit Taya, but there goes one dropping the health bar. They step up. Taya's gonna maybe look to try and get out, but not out of the way in time. Mir come back up, eliminate Go Valkyries, and now they're the ones in control of the edge of this zone.
You could say, Wolf, that they're kings of the castle after Go. I mean, if anybody who has goats, they know that goats do play king of the castle a lot.
They are the goats.
That goat got yeeted. Yes, they did indeed. Mir, great play to come up a cliff as well. Really difficult to come up that cliffside. The one advantage is you don't have to watch your back because no one can actually get you from the seaside. So really, really nice play from them. Unfortunately, not quite in zone, so they're going to have to take an inferior position here just a little bit, but that's okay. You know what? Where are they now? Mir, how many eliminations? 3 pretty good results so far.
Yeah, I would have also liked question mark here to be a little bit more up towards the edge of that hillside. I think they could really have taken advantage as their zone shifted back towards them, right, of these teams now having to come down into that inferior position, where I think question mark are playing very defensive, and it will keep them alive, but you still got now this problem of where they're going to come into this inferior position. They are going to now have the buildings for security. You didn't catch them on that rotation, and now they are at a closer point where you can start to move forwards towards you, separate out easier to attack you later on in this Phase 4, Phase 5 stage.
I absolutely agree, and I will add to that question mark run the risk of actually going forward in future games and just going back to playing the same sort of way. But Sonya experienced getting into KMG, Wolf. Oh, done, dusted. KMG out. I was not expecting them to go out this early, but Rook Dreamcore showing them who is boss indeed right before getting into zone. But they're not done yet because now, even more formidable, Galatasaray right behind them.
And Galatasaray, though, they do look like they're in trouble. They're just coming up. They need that extra player on Galatasaray to be able to save them, and they will be able to manage it. For now, it's behind shots. Rose trying to snipe down into the blue, but they cannot find anyone to share. Only one knock for now. And it looks like Galatasaray might just be the end of them in this first game. They are injured, but they are alive barely. Only, though, kicking on the edge of life. Digital Athletics as well, on the edge. Now got back up onto the land. Question mark still keeping defensive though, and this is great for Digital Athletics. It's going to buy them this opportunity to potentially continue to wrap through, but they need to be fast because Wildcats are coming onto the shore too.
Yeah, I'm just in shock at how many teams just went out there. I mean, I suppose the zone's doing its work, but that was a lot of teams all of a sudden. We went from 14 teams alive to just 9 now. Galatasaray, Rook, MIR, TPAS, messed that one up, BF, question mark, Wildcats, Digital Athletics, and KYS Virtue. I mean, all 9 of those doing fairly well so far. TPES, only a solo though, but for the most part, we got some at least 3 strong teams, but here we go. We said it, didn't we, Wolf? Question mark, now in trouble.
Yeah, and they've also expended a lot of that utility as well, Neptune. Look at all of the smokes that they put down already. They're not going to have that for later on, and this zone looks like it could slow down a little bit towards this end game. In KYS, they've still got vehicles here, crucially. We talked about it at the start of today. That will be a crucial point getting into these more open zones. It's gone down towards the shoreline. You've not really got that much of a blockade, but I think KYS, if they can start here Virtue moving around onto those buildings, you can see with the sandbags, they start to have an entrance into question mark.
They really do. I'm hoping that Brute Force actually used that hill before having to move in. The zone may stop that from happening, but I would love it if Brute Force would actually just use that hill, spray down, and then move in. But I don't know that they're really going to be able to do that as we do lose TPES, and now question mark is starting to feel the heat. We got all kinds of stuff going on here because it's so open, and you're right, question mark, using all those smokes here might just prove their undoing as the zone continues to move to that open ground and straight onto MIR.
Toffee, MVP of last season, raining it down on the nades, but getting caught out, he has to jump back into the blue, has only a sliver of that rock left to protect him. They've still got a couple players here. Also, Lara on the outskirts. They have opportunities to split as KYS Virtue. Unfortunately, question mark, they now come out of hiding and they eliminate them through. Also, Rook will join them. Now down to our final 5.
I'm sorry, how did question mark survive that? There's no way they should have survived that. Hello? With 6 eliminations, you're telling me they had a beach position and they won that? Alright, kudos. Big kudos there. They're still in it to win it potentially here. Galatasaray taking shots across the way. Of course, this is what they're known for. Galatasaray with that long range spray, stopping everybody and everything from coming into that zone themselves. But no, Pmmi not doing enough to conceal herself. But honestly, I gotta say, this team, MIR, doing their work really, really well. 8 eliminations. The zone keeps going to that compound. They've got all these angles locked down.
Exactly, and MIR Esports, they look like this is their game to win. They just have to control the final invade of these teams. Question mark coming in, they take down Ali, they're looking to take down the second, they're coming around on the opposite end, but so are these other teams too. Can MIR defend themselves? Question mark, it might just be the end of them, as also they will fall to Digital Athletics. They take each other out. MIR only now them versus here Brute Force at Astra, but there is no way for realistically Brute Force to get into this zone. They have no vehicle, they have the open ground to make it to the zone. In MIR, all they got to do here is just wait, hold 1 more minute in the zone will do the work for them to get this victory.
I mean, the only way that they could possibly do this is Brute Force still have that. They'd have to get 2 knocks and just make an immediate push. Even then, it's going to be dicey if they actually end up winning this or not. MIR are going to be feeling very, very comfortable indeed. And it looks like maybe even MIR looking to actually push up a little bit. They've got those smokes coming out. You saw them maneuvering their vehicles just a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if MIR just went, you know what, there's 2 up there, let's just finish this. Ooh,
yeah,
especially
that will
now.
be it, I think. Yeah, Dino will fall, and now MIR, they're going to rush it here for the final elimination point. MIR should be our champions here for the first chicken dinner of the tournament. They're trying their best here, Brute Force, but it's not enough. There from all angles, and MIR Esports will claim the first chicken winner dinner here for our Season 3. And Neptura, I think it was a strong, mid-season. But Neptura, I should say that it was a pretty strong showing from MIR. I liked the way that they tried to control moving into the zone. They did make a bit of a mistake against, I would argue here, Payne, who had, or should I say Go Valkyries actually, who had an opportunity to take them out, but Rook helping them to get back up into this game, and they used that opportunity well to the victory.
Yeah, they did a phenomenal job there. I mean, there should have been no way they would have gotten up off that ridge side, off that cliff, but they managed to get back up. And yeah, you are right. They were helped by Rook there, just pinning Goat down a little bit. But still, they had to keep themselves there, keep Rook from taking them out, and they just maneuvered that really, really well. You saw that timing. It all comes down to timing. It's my favorite aspect of the game in many ways. Just getting that timing down just wins you so, so much. So big GGs coming in from them. 15 eliminations by this team. What a great, solid performance for their first game.
Come out to this tournament with Neptune, it's going to be a massive confidence booster more than anything for MIR Esports here in this next season, because this is what you want. You want to feel confident.
Have fair, because I think we had a lot of teams there with a full squad. No, not a full squad. A lot of kills, or a lot of eliminations, rather, coming into that game. So I think a lot of points from a lot of teams there. So should be interesting to see how this first game shapes up those leaderboards initially. But you know what? You're right. This is going to be a great confidence boost for MIR coming into the first day, first game. They're set up probably almost for the rest of the day now, right? So they can have a couple more good games, but they don't have to have it on this big of a scale. They are good for today. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, especially on Miramar, where I think a lot of people don't really think about the terrain of Miramar, how bumpy it actually is, and how much slower that makes your rotation. So we're going to be really, hopefully, looking for some quicker rotations on a lot of these girls' parts here just to make up for that slow going on Miramar. But back to Erangel, match ranking 25 points total. But you know what? GS coming in with 12, and nope, that's Galatasaray and question mark. This is all messed up. The logos and everything are not the same, so I don't know which ones to actually go for here. But you know what? Second place team had 12 points. We'll get it sorted. I think Miramar, where you do tend to have later rotations, you see a lot of teams make their rotations through the blue. So I think for Miramar and even Sandhawk, I think you're going to be seeing a lot more of an edge play. I think it's become a lot more popular to have a center position for Erangel specifically, just because of the terrain and everything. You really want to get center zone, the way the zone actually behaves most of the time, all that sort of stuff. So I think for Erangel, for Miramar rather, yeah, absolutely. I think we will be able to see some more edge play, which should make things a little bit more interesting from the get-go.
Indeed, as we look at also the top 5 eliminations here from our first game, no surprise that MIR are taking a bunch of those spots in the top 5, but Toffee as well, we mentioned it, they're the MVP from last season, they're a question mark somehow still surviving in that game for those extra points. They turned it on, still in a game where it counted.
Yeah, absolutely, looking very, very nice. What is interesting, coming in, at least for this first game from Season 2, is the drastic difference between these teams' kind of bars here. We generally see a lot more evenness across the board, where we're not seeing that for this one. And probably that is just because of the type of zone that it was. I mean, a lot of teams just got out stuck swimming, couldn't do much about it, couldn't really defend themselves, so no damage, no eliminations, and that's normal. So I think we'll see that change as we get further into the evening. But yeah, it is an interesting way to look at these damage elimination kind of comparisons, I suppose, in this bar form, because you see kind of what everybody is doing. You do see a lot more damage from Go, Wildcats, and KMG than eliminations, which is a little unfortunate, but you know, that is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you try your best, but the others just snipe those elimination points away, as we saw. I think a little bit of a subdued game from the majority of those players. Definitely, as we said, it was about getting those rotations into the zone. Some of them more unfortunate than others getting to those side of the sort of Northcote military base island. I think we're now going into game number 2. We really have to look at, can these teams keep up a consistent position from that first game? Can they show us that they are more than just a one-game wonder? And can they get more points here on a different map?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the question here. I think, speaking of the question mark, I'm interested to see how they do. I thought they were a goner for sure, but you know what? They came back fighting and ended up getting a couple more placement points on the board for them. So I'm interested to see how they use this Miramar, as well, of course, as MIR. Let's see how they can play this. Galatasaray, generally very consistent, so there's no real doubt there. But a lot of these teams are going to be looking for a better game, or even just extra consistency. So we'll see how this goes.
And I think also some of the other teams here looking to take up to their Miramar getting a few more points for themselves. I think there are a lot of opportunities for a lot of these teams now to prove themselves that they can come back. That was a tough first game. It was a tough entrance for them all to get into the tournament. Miramar, I'm hoping it will be a bit more easygoing, but still, as we said, it's no joke when it comes to those rotations. I think I'm also wanting to see a bit more maybe fighting going on earlier on. We didn't get to see that action that I was looking for starting out in the game, even though we had a couple hot drops.
Yeah, that was interesting. I think generally the women's league much quicker into the fighting and all the action and stuff. We generally see that a little bit quicker. The games aren't as quiet early on. But yeah, I think again today they're just feeling everything out, kind of getting to know the vibes, and starting from either the end of tonight or going into day 2, we should be seeing a lot more of that action early on, Wolf.
We'll have to see that action happen after a break here, where we'll be back for Game 2 Miramar. Don't go anywhere. everyone here to the PUBG Mobile Wonder League mid-season showdown. My name is Haaland Wolf, joined by Neptura here, where we had a action-packed game 1 on Erangel, a diabolical zone shift going down to Sovnovka military base. But now we are here for game 2, the first of Miramar. Neptura, can MIR Esports keep that streak running? They had a good first game. Is it possible for game number 2?
That whole thing that I had was muted. Okay. Rip. All right. So, basically, viewers, I'm sorry if you couldn't lip read. Basically, all I said was, I'm sure MIR will have a great time in Miramar because MIR is the first 3 letters of the name of Miramar, so they should be good to go on that front. On the other front, though, I will say Galatasaray should be doing quite well here. Wildcats do very well in Miramar as well, but Galatasaray are really good at their long range, which of course Miramar is known for. So I'm looking at those teams in particular to be doing very well here this time around.
Yeah, Galatasaray, I think, went out a bit earlier than what they wanted to in terms of what they were expecting to show us in this first game so far. I'm hoping that we get to see the Galatasaray that we saw in last season. I'm hoping that we get to see also the side of Toffee show us a bit more, because we got a glimpse of what Toffee could show us in those few early skirmishes where they tried to defend themselves inside the blue, but as we said, that zone was a wake-up call for these ladies in this first game, and I'm hoping they're all as wake as me for game number 2 now. We have some interesting drops. I'm actually very curious about this Southern Prison Island drop coming through from a couple of these teams.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm looking particularly down to the south side there. 4 teams down there. No one in Los Leones yet, and then everybody up to the north side. So it's a very interesting turn of events there. We'll have to see if the zone corroborates that. Me personally, because I'm just evil, I would love it to go down to prison. The zone needs to go south. That would be so much fun, and it's the complete opposite. So honestly, that's the best for all concerned, really. That's the best for most of these teams here. Now, just to get an Oasis zone, that would be nice.
Me and Professor Tarzan, I think, for the last 2 years plus, Neptura have been waiting for an Oasis zone. If we get one, I'm going straight into Professor Tarzan's DMs and memeing so hard about him that I finally got an Oasis zone. He knows my struggle waiting for it. I've had the island zones off to the east. I've had the prison zones that we've had towards the south. I'm just waiting for the northern Oasis zone finally to show up. And what we do have, and I'm curious if we will get it, is that Death Valley still in the northern side. So there is still a big sort of divide between that northern end of the first phase and the southern end. I think we're looking at maybe a couple of these teams packing towards the southern border of that first zone to see where it will go. I don't imagine we'll see too many teams early on commit towards the north, because if you have to come back through that Death Valley, you struggle at being, of course, caught. Alternatively, then you have to make those longer rotations around the mountainsides, which are also just as equally dangerous in their own right.
Yeah, they are. I think, a lot of the teams, they're not going to go super north yet. I think they're going to be doing what Mir are doing here, just kind of moving, spreading out a little bit, going compound to compound, somewhere in the mid to center zone at the moment. Rook just slightly out of zone. This duo here, South Picado is outside, North Picado is inside, so they got a pretty good spot here. And what I'm really happy to see is there's no hot drop in Picado, because that's just death. That's death before you even start, especially in those stupid red buildings. I hate them. And I'm glad that other teams seem to hate them as well, because we don't have that here. That's really nice. What is interesting, though, I don't know if the graph is a little misleading here, but a lot of these teams have players with low health already.
Yeah, true. That is something interesting. So maybe teams either fighting or they're struggling with the vehicles, like we talked about, and you're just missing the montage and the vehicles, Neptune. They're just not showing it yet, but we'll get to it later, sometime in the tournament. I promise. We will have our vehicle montage. A few of these other teams.
We better.
Wild. We better, indeed. I'm hoping for it. I'm demanding we get a vehicle montage by the end of this season. Is Wild Pixie, Pain, two of these teams that we didn't get to see a lot of in this first match. I think Wild Pixie went out very early in that first match on the Wrangle. They look a bit split here on the 2-2. They do have, as we saw, Pain on the other end of this city side. But I think Wild Pixie are aware of this, and Nirvana crucial here to this information against Pain ladies who are just continuing their drop, none the wiser, I think, to the other.
Ooh, another kind of little bit of a question mark, might I say, over on San Martin is Goat and question mark both here. Oh, Daddy, just chilling, just having a little scope out on this cliffside, and it will be interesting to see how that ends up going, because question mark look to be a duo. I don't know where the other two are. We can't see them on the minimap either. A little bit farther on, it looks like, on the other side. So I doubt there's anything going to be happening here, though. Wolf, Goat don't really want the fight just yet. It's awfully early. They're both in zone. They both have a good position, and it's going to end up just being a bit of a stand of those good positions. No one's really going to be able to push either side. So I think they're just going to hold on a little bit longer.
Yeah, I don't imagine here anything will come through from Go Valkyries. I really hope they don't actually fire and give their position away.
Yeah.
Don't believe question mark are aware of the situation. They're still bringing their vehicles in towards here Go Valkyries, but they will have the crucial information on the location of question mark splitting now on this 2v2. There is maybe an opportunity where they open fire. I was hoping they would maybe hold the fire, wrap around onto the two already in the city. But now that they've given their position away, you can see Gristo, yes, they take a couple shots, but really what for? You've given your advantage away now. In question mark, they'll be able to work around the possibility of being invaded.
Yeah, and I think they know that. Go are on their way out, which is interesting because I'm not sure why teams dislike that cliff so much. You rarely see them hold down the fort there. Oh, that was nearly one for the car montage. Unfortunately, Gristo just keeping it in check there. But they've just decided, I guess, to go further in zone, which is fine. I just don't understand the aversion to that cliffside. It's got a really, really good outlook over San Martin. So yeah, it is unfortunate they decided to have a little shot there, but if they were going to go anyway, I guess they were like, well, we might as well try and get a knock while we can, ruin someone's day while we still can, and then get on out of there. So have to see how that goes for them. As we move on to Slytherin, another team we didn't see too much of in the last game, just because they were probably swimming. I mean, I think Wild Pixies were in the same boat, or not, in the same water, at least, doing their thing and not being able to do much about it. So be interesting to see how they turn out. And TPES, I mean, we only saw them go down to a solo, and then that solo went out off screen. So looking forward to seeing what they can do, especially with Lisa on board. Lisa, of course, from Far Voice Gaming. There we go. So shout out to her. Hoping she can do some epic stuff on screen this time. Oh, Wolf! We have one for the montage. Let's go! Well,
yeah,
almost, but
the only sad part is, yeah, they don't blow the vehicle up. Okay, I'm waiting for the vehicle to be blown up. I've seen paragliders into trees in top tier PUBG. I've seen several car crashes. In fact, the curious thing is that I've been able to gather is the higher the level of the tournament, Natura, is the more likely you are to have car crashes. I don't know what it is, but the higher you go up, the more often it happens. They're great at driving in the lower levels.
They are, right? It just seems to get worse the more they go up. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember when the gliders first started coming in, even at pro level, no one knew how to fly them. It was so funny watching them try and ultimately fail every single time. So we'll see how that goes. Generally, the cars are okay for these girls, but you know what? We're ready for that montage. We usually get one. So let's go for Bonfire Female now. Oh, First Blood. Hang on. Sorry, Bonfire Female. We got to move elsewhere. Aquarius. make it up for her being the first one to go out last game. She's at it with a first blood of the Miramar. There we go. Get that word out there. And Galatasaray, of course, got those cliffs, got that long range. Let's see what they can do.
And down on the eliminations to Question Mark. So Question Mark losing a couple players here on that rotation coming out of the San Martin side. And really looking here at Galatasaray here also, I think that's a really great position that we've got on this hillside. I hope that they'll call it. That it looks like a vehicle which we missed on the montage. I'm a bit sad. I'm disappointed. But that is... Oh, well, we got the F1 across. We got the F1 across.
Oh my goodness, that is really
Nothing
funny
happens.
though. Nice. Okay. Just giggling about that. Sorry everybody, we're just on a car rant over here. But Question Mark, having moved out of San Martin, and they meet up with Goat again. But unfortunately this time for Goat, they're on the lower end here. Question Mark have a little bit of high ground against them. But somehow we've missed it. Question Mark are down to a duo already. Didn't see that one coming, so they're going to have to use that high to their advantage if they want to stay in here.
Yeah, that was their Aquarius taking those eliminations against Question Mark. So down to the two players, you can see actually here Wild Pixie on the opposite end of Le Corporea and Question Mark. I do believe it could be here, if I am not mistaken. So Wild Pixie, the potential to look for a fight. I don't think they will. They have, though, this position of the square formation and the road between them. It should separate them from this fight. Will actually be TPES. Here is Lisa. You talked about her. Can she come in versus Giss? Been over there. Been over something, but Lisa goes a bit too far. Nirvana, that extra square formation you said, the different angles they have. Lisa goes in too far too quickly. Now Soulgirl's going in, but where's the rest of the team support? Chloe needs to, alongside Samira, find some covering fire to allow Soulgirl to get into this building.
Yeah, I'm not sure what their deal is here. She has managed to get one down and another on the healing, but the rest of her team, TPES, just aren't moving in. They're trying this one by one, which is never really a good thing to happen at all, and I think she does realize that, and she's going to get out of there, which is unfortunate because, of course, I have to give Wild Pixies actually really a lot of credit for their angles here. Nirvana doing God's work, honestly, getting those angles there, covering her team, and TPES, not sure what's going on with them. They have made that retreat there, but they're very low, and I think Wild Pixies just taught them a lesson in how not to push a compound.
Yeah, it was a bit scuffed, right? You saw the initial one go in, but there wasn't the support there. They had Nirvana on that other angle, and I just don't think TPS were watching that building that Nirvana was in, despite the fact that that was the building that would be the problem for TPS going on that type of angle for the push. Unfortunate there, they did look to try get those mollies, but it didn't work out. That zone no will shift a little bit up towards the Oasis, but it will be in amongst that main central belt of teams coming in from San Martin, also from La Corporea. Looking at those two choke points, I think is where we might see these teams begin to clash on that hillside towards the western end of water treatment 2.
This will be interesting. I do love water treatment. The mountains around that, such a dynamic place to play. So I'd be very interested to see if it would go up that way. TPES minus Lisa, unfortunately, her first screen time is getting absolutely yeeted by Wild Pixies, which is unfortunate. But we have the rest of the team here. Still 3, still able to be done here, as they have, honestly, La Cobriera to themselves, it looks like. They should be good to go for the time being. You're generally pretty okay as long as you're on your own. You're going to be on your own for a while, so I see them surviving a little bit longer.
Yeah, I do like that the TPS are moving towards a high ground. I think they should have looked just to keep this high ground, because the problem is when you come out of these cities, you have that little deeper part of where the city is in on the terrain, where the higher elevation is of these teams looking down upon you. You have it in Picado is a big example, right, of teams running out of Picado later on. They get caught by the hills of teams surrounding them as the zone shifts in, and this is something I'm going to be looking out for. And TPS suffering here is they're continuing to move very aggressive rotation deep into this zone, but Samina very far ahead now between two players. They've already lost back on a third, fourth team here with Go and Question Mark finally settling for what they can find, but they've alerted every single squad around them to their location, and I think for TPS, a bit of a poor, uncoordinated rotation in, where they didn't allow the time for the information to get there, and then they got caught out.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the worst possible luck for them. I feel really bad because I think there's only one place in the zone that has 4 teams all in a nice little square on different high grounds, and they've just managed to find it. So, yeah, definitely a lack of information coming in there, which would have been fairly to grab, but instead, one of those teams grabs another player, so TPES down to a duo again, but you know what, Question Mark as well down to a duo, but they've got the high ground. That's just the difference between having information and not. You can choose where you're going to go, you get there early, and you should be all. So we'll see how they and Wild Pixies though did their job, and they have still a full squad up and running, but hard to tell. Up here, the terrain is also similar. It's hard to tell exactly where on the map these teams are, so we're just going to have to play it by ear until we see that zone again.
I believe it might just be towards the east end of Crater Fields. We could be towards there by the looks of the edge of that mountainside, so could look towards maybe, if you said hills around water treatment, and the opposite teams controlling that more southern portion of the zone. Slipline also making their rotation, have caught though a flying car as they will fall down, and that's a vehicle montage we were looking for, and unfortunately, there falls decided brute force. Unfortunate as they will lose the last rotator in, but Yagi will suffer. The information given away there, they'll try to defend it, but there is no defending Yagi. They aren't going to try it anyway, so wrapping around here, and the blue zone as well actually could cause a problem here for Slytherin coming into the zone, and I think brute force realize this, so they're going to try to hold this position, keep Yagi alive and draw them in with the blue zone behind.
Oh, I tell you what, I really like this. Sorry, not bonfire, is it? It's help. I keep forgetting the names.
Oh, brute force?
No, brute force. Yes, I keep forgetting. Sorry. Yeah, no, it's really, really nicely done from brute force here, but unfortunately, a beautiful nade from Lunasic is not going to play into their hand very well here. Brute force losing 2 instead of the 1. I honestly have to give kudos to them, though. Pew Pew on her last legs there for Slytherin, going to have to keep the attention away. Oh, another one coming in. All happening, Wolf. Oh my goodness, but another one goes down. All of a sudden, it's just Lunasic and her teammate just down to now. But I love this from Brute Force. They did such a good job here.
Oh, and Amy finds the third as well. It's a absolute montage on the south side of the island, of the hillside, but finally Amy will fall down. Where is the rest of their team? Hate Me has bought so much time against Slytherin, but they've decided here to abandon Hate Me. They're going to lose, I think, at least really one of these players. Could they get both back? Actually, I believe they might be able to just as Pew Pew. Can they get them on the edge of stage 2? Did it? Blue zone isn't that dreadful, but the problem is, look at the position, look at the terrain. Brute force, they're coming back with the numbers. They've also got the revives coming in, and they've now got the high ground because Falca has decided to move down.
This is absolutely beautiful from Brute Force. I love this. Slytherin have done well, but unfortunately I think they've just played right into Brute Force's hand. Pew Pew goes down again. As you said, now it's a 3v2 on that low ground. They have her surrounded. It is done. Night, sleepy time for Slytherin, going back into whatever snake hole they came from. Slytherin not having a good day out in the sun for this Miramar bonfire, doing incredible work there. I really, really love that fight.
And now comes in the next series of teams coming closer together. NTX Lady and also Rook Dreamcore. Looking to try keep an eye on NTX as they edge forward to the edge of this compound. But they have controls over to the opposite mountain side. But I don't think NTX. Maybe we find one. Also, pop shots around. MIR also continuing to loot up. To head back though to Slytherin, I wanted to mention I think actually it would have been better if Slytherin, that solo player, had just decided to leave the fight. I think it would have been better to play for the positional points coming later to that zone, because as we said, Brute Force were down, right? Brute Force did have less numbers at that one point in the game, on the fight.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did, and I think Brute Force. Sorry, I keep saying Bonfire. Brute Force. No, they played that very well. Slytherin. Yeah, I think you're right there. Slytherin should have continued on that ridge and really made sure that they were going to keep that ridge and stop that push from happening, or should have just abandoned their teammate and moved elsewhere, just gone, just left it. Let Brute Force do that with what they wanted to do, or just move into zone and then try and do a little bit of a gatekeep with them. But, you know, as it stands, that's not what happened. They did get one elimination, so that's not bad in the board, even if it's one. So, yeah, how they move into Sandhawk, that's what their kind of strategy is going to be when it goes with those kinds of ridges. And words don't come easy to me at the moment, so there's that.
It's okay, I got you here, Nature. I'm on the other end of the caster desk for you to support in the words.
Thanks.
It's Rook.
I appreciate it.
the words, we will find them together. It's okay. NTX Lady also still on the square formation on this compound. The only problem is though now, you see the team behind them, right? There are a few other squads looking at these higher compounds, looking for the high ground vision, the security that the buildings bring. And Pain Ladies, by the way, this huge mountainside that they have been able to control for themselves. A fantastic position on the edge of the zone, but they are betting that that zone stays with them, because if that zone leaves them, getting down from that mountain with MIR, a team that we know what they can do given the opportunity already, who can shoot down on them coming on the edge of that mountain, that's a scary thought if that zone disappears from them.
Yeah, it really is. Honestly, that cliff was so high, you almost get kind of a fear of heights, right? That fear kicks in. Even in game, that is just a horrendous drop down there. Great viewpoint, but yeah, you do not want the zone moving away from that. Like it has moved away from all these teams. Rook, we've not seen much of them. We did see them make a big rotation all the way around on the eastern side. There they are, and they have to rotate again, as do Wild Pixies, as do Galatasaray. Unfortunately, Wild Pixies not best of time when it comes to that position, because Galatasaray are now going to try and gatekeep them because they know they're there, and Galatasaray aren't one to let go once they've bitten. So I think we're going to have to wait this one out, and I don't know how much Wild Pixies can actually do that if they've got not enough meds or whatever. That smoke's coming in, that kind of signifies to me that they don't have many meds.
Yeah, I think Wild Pixies, they were slow here on the rotation. I would have expected them to actually have more equipment to do something with the position here, but you can see, yeah, they had a slower rotation, and now this goes down to this water treatment south end. A beautiful zone. You asked for the Hills of water treatment to be in play, and looking at the position right now, Goat and Wildcats have a time and an opportunity here in this game to come out with some big points of eliminations.
They really do. I'm going to be very cautious about GOAT just very quickly. They got a lot of teams on their back. But NTX Lady over here going up against KMG. We'll have to see how this one goes. I don't recognize many of these players from NXT, so it's a new team to me. Oh, the backstab, though. The double not coming in from Oslam. Great spray coming in there. Now it's just Javla up against 3 here. Let she do it, Wolf.
I don't know if they can. They've got the hillside to themselves. They are 2 knocked on the other end. The smoke is there. Galatasaray as well, making their way around on their own, reach into the building. Question mark. Only 2 players remaining from their earlier skirmish at the beginning of this game. Toffee hearing out for the footsteps, listening where to throw the grenades. In and onto the right building. They go. Knocks almost grenade back into themselves by the looks of it. Toffee straight back out of the building. We'll be able to look slowly for question mark. They should be able to find it. It was the end of KMG Esports, I believe. Or will for, yes it was. And they don't get any elimination points. NTX Lady also making their way a dive down into water treatment. Galatasaray understanding, I think, crucially here that yes, question mark are there, but they aren't the priority in this match. They need to get into that zone.
We do indeed. Oh, yeah, interesting from Galatasaray, but unfortunately, the Pixies could be going, oh great, they're going not very far. I have to warn you, not very far indeed. They got that 2-2 split going. They're looking for GOAT. They're looking for Wild Pixies, and they're also looking for question mark still in zone there, but the zone continues to move up to very open ground here. Yeah, that is going to be Wild Pixies leaving the building as well, and MIR also feeling a little bit of pain here, as our pain feeling pain over here with 3 down now. Galatasaray only got 2 eliminations on the board. Yet that is going to be pain going on out. I'm not sure who to though.
Yeah, I mean, Galatasaray, meanwhile, trying to gatekeep away question mark. The nades now coming through from question mark themselves. They don't quite find the one. They've lost 2 in question mark. They might fall down here still, but they're going to take Galatasaray with them, looking to run them down. Toffee's going on the action, looking for the spray. Can they find it? No, they cannot in question mark. They managed to pull off the 2 versus 4. They get their way closer to a better position in this game, but it's really down to Denzi Bank Wildcats here. Neptune are the only ones pound, the ones with the hill in this phase 5 zone, when the zone is now starting to heat up even faster, closing in, speeding up the point of this game.
I am in shock, Wolf. That was incredible. I thought Galatasaray did that super duper well with that car moving in like that, and yet question mark holding off arguably best teams in the region, in Europe, and they just held them off as a duo. Just said, "No, not today. Get back from where you came from, whatever. Go back to lobby." Yeah, and they did it. It was fantastic. 5 eliminations as a duo. That's all stuff, but we got to move on at some point. It's NTX versus who is this? Oh yeah, Bonfire, and I did get that right this time. It is Bon. Looking very nice in DP. Always wrap around from or not. I think she's just gonna move on into zone. This should be interesting. What's interesting to me though, most of the teams with more eliminations don't have full squads, and yet all the other ones do. Generally, you see a lot of the higher elimination teams with those full squads, and it's just not the case for this round. Oh no, as it's all going wrong, all going coming in hot. They've been kept all game, and here they come.
And Rook, they also will suffer here the same problem as Brute Force have, is they'll blow them up, but they have a position open into the position for KYS Virtue to backstab them over the hillside, and Rook will fall too. Rose trying to defend themselves. The sole player left here for a quarter. I say 2 remaining, but it is a dangerous position indeed. Digital Athletics also going to look for the revive. All low. Blue zone close behind them. 1 minute, and they need to get into that zone. But Wildcats, you can see the position they have, trying to control all these teams on the hillside. But Ayla did not look down towards the smoke. They missed the opportunity to take down Digital Athletics. Now they will have to give way to some of the pressure. Digital Athletics will need to come up. Revive Cry, come over the hillside.
This could be really dicey. There's definitely an opportunity here for them, but they have to make that push immediately. The problem is, you see those smokes, that means there's somebody across the way who does have an angle on. This would be perfect though. Denise Bank Wildcats currently busy. They're distracted at the moment. They're looking at GOAT, except Goat sells, Melita, well done. You are the first to do so for this tournament, and the thing just keeps on going from Season 2. Love to see it. Great nade through the window just a little early, but Wildcats lost Elam. Just have 3 left, but that zone continues to favor them, so if they can just get this done, they should be good to go here. Gristo going on down there. It's the battle of nades, and Goat does go on out. 4 eliminations, 5th place, a very decent result for them. And Wildcats do hold on to both the high ground and that compound. You do see NTX there just out in the zone. There's nothing they can really do. Zone's just whipping speed at the minute. Yep, out they go. Very nice. That's 7 eliminations. We're seeing a lot more points going to different teams here this time around, Wolf.
Yeah, Digital Athletics will take down Rook with them, but this is all Dendy Bank Wildcats show from this game. The zone has favored them, and they will take the control of that zone. They will defend it from all the attackers from each side. Rose, yes, they have a position here. It has gone outside the zone. They maybe have a slight chance, but they would need a big mistake from Wildcats, because that is one huge man advantage that they have.
Yeah, this is great. I don't think that Rook right off the bat. I'm trying to get that smoke has just alerted them to know exactly where she is, and they still have all those throwables. Look at her, 2 mollies, and that's just Oiku there. So I think Rose, it is a little bit of, it is going to happen. It's a 3v1. There's nothing she can really do, so might as well put her smoke out and try. I don't know. Sometimes a bit of a hit or miss for me personally, but she has made it. Interestingly enough, they did not spray down enough, but Oiku, down to just 1 HP. Wolf, she's trying her best, but she's holding on for dear life. That's just allowing the rest.
Oh no, the Molly's coming in.
Yeah, beautiful Molly, stopping her from peeking up there. Try it, but no, down she goes, and it is going to be Wildcats moving in to dominate Miramar. Aspril, I gotta say, they know Miramar like the back of their hand. They've done that here today. GG's, Denise Bank Wildcats.
Yeah, Denise Bank Wildcats definitely putting on a show. They had, as we said, the zone control for them, but the crucial part was that they defended it, they got the elimination points. I think also props to, of course, Digital Athletics there, who got a couple of the Rook and other members coming in from the end of that game. So they will also boost their positional points. Rook also sniping in that second position for themselves, Digital Athletics at third. So still the points going to some of these teams that we saw top out the leaderboard in that last game, keeping that consistency there, but definitely a few new contenders as well, evening up the potential as we have our first 2 games now done.
Yeah, I think that was just a beautiful game for so many of those teams. A lot of shocking moments, a lot of moments for the montage. Gotta say, we're starting the montage early this season. And I think it's just some really, really, really good plays. I think Galatasaray played that really well. Question Mark played it even better. Brute Force and the Slytherin fight was phenomenal. And Wildcats doing super well with their spot. Rook as well. Digital Athletics, as you mentioned, doing super well. I think there was a lot of some really heavy hitting players there doing those 1v4s, those 2v4s, things like that. Just made it super duper interesting. And of course the zone, just making everybody's life miserable, but we love to see it. And it was just a great game all around.
Yeah, I think these zones, they're definitely heating up to my standards, to my expectations of evil, Nebjura. I mean, is it always like this with you when it comes to the zones? Is it equally evil? Do we just combine our evil qualities together to make it super evil zones for these ladies?
I would like to think so, and that's just my evil feeling, is that I would like to think that's the case, and we're just making everybody's life just miserable, as bad as possible, not giving them any sort of easy life here. But you know what? That's the name of the game. You come to this level, you have to play really, really tough games, and so I like to think that we help with that, really help them become who they are, so I think they can thank us for that.
Yeah, you gotta be able to prove yourself when it gets tough, when it gets evil, and that's when the real stars begin to shine. So we look at the match summary for that second game, and of course, longest distance there, Kowalski, KYS, I think actually they had a little bit of a showing towards the end there, trying to get those elimination points against Rook. You saw them struggle coming in from behind. But also, I think the big standout to me in terms of one of those final fights was Question Mark, actually, who go a bit under the radar here so far. Coming out from that two-man position at the very start of the game to the zone not being fully in their favor and still taking it to what we expected would be one of the favorite teams coming into today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a phenomenal play. I think they played that really, really well. And they just had their angles. I think it comes down to the angles, the information, and the timing of it. And they had that really, really down well. So, geez, to them, and you can see Question Mark still getting 5 points there. So it did hold up for them. But, of course, Knees Bank Wildcats adding 17 to their total. Rook with 11 and NTX with 11 as well. So all looking very nice. And you know what I love to see, Wolf? Only 16th place had 0 points. We saw in the last game, of course, everybody having a little seaside vacation, all the way up to 11th. There was 0 points there. So nice to see almost everybody getting some points off the bat. I'm just not sure how KMG got 0 points there, because they actually survived far into the game. But I guess that's what happens when only 9th place has placement points.
Yeah, right. And that's that extra little stab when it comes to fewer teams now getting placement points, and the onus being on getting those elimination points even more really emphasizes the importance of team fights and having those controlled, the great positions, the great setup for those team fights and those elimination opportunities to come through. As we take a look at the eliminations and damage charts, and of course no surprise to see Bank Wildcats up there, but definitely a few more of the higher damage coming through from those teams who maybe didn't get as many points. 830 when you look back towards Wild Pixie there down at the bottom, but only 1 elimination point.
Yeah, I think this is much more what I'm used to seeing from these girls. Much more consistent across the board. Lots of damage being done. Unfortunately, not so many eliminations, but you know what? That kind of happens when you got a lot of stealing going on. I mean, sometimes we see the damage twice as high as the kills, and then another team will have twice the eliminations as the damage. So you know there's some stealing going on there. For this, I think Wild Pixies just did a lot of damage, but weren't able to get those knocks finished up quite as they would have liked. But the player focus coming on here, Kowalski doing some really nice long-range stuff, which we're used to seeing from her, and Zeshi coming in here. This is a new player for me personally, but 5 eliminations and 687 damage, a good score for her. So looking very nice. You also got Weiku, Burf, and Sonya all coming on here as well. So nice average survival time, very, very close actually, and looking pretty good.
Yeah, and you can start to see some of the players from the same teams as well cropping up on that second game. But again, as you say, we had a little bit more of a split between all of these different teams. 5 different teams taking up the player focus for this Miramar match. And we want to see these new players, as you mentioned, coming into this season, showing us what they've got. Because, yes, we have these veterans from the previous seasons, and we know what they can do when they're on form. We know how good they can be. But who is going to be those players to challenge the women that we know already? Who is going to be the ones to step up and say, I can do just as good as you, if not better?
Yeah. Love it. You gotta love it always. It's just such a fun aspect to things. I think I want to say 2023 in general has been a big year for new players in both leagues, women and main. They generally, you do see a lot of these new players coming in, new teams into the PMPLs and everything. So it's a year of a lot of growth, a lot of leveling up for a lot of players. And I really love to see that because, yeah, you're right. We have all our experienced players, all our favorites, but, we need some new blood occasionally. So I really like it.
And you know what I think is the most exciting thing about a new era of players is new strategies coming out as well, Neptura, and getting to learn from what these players are bringing to the table, right? As we look at those overall table standings after 2 games, MIR at the top of the leaderboard. No surprise after their dominant Erangel game, but Rook, they have been sneaking in there above even Wildcats with the amount of elimination points that they've been getting.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Still very, very close. I see the first game, Mir, just far and above everybody else, but every else looking very, very close. I mean, second to eighth within 5 points of each other. I mean, that's pretty. I mean, I know it's only match 2, but still, you know, it makes for an exciting game 3 at least. You know, where everybody's super close to things, and everybody of really, really good. We got Tassadai 2 points behind Clark, question mark, and 1 point ahead of Brute Force. So I think we got some really interesting games coming up here, Wolf.
Yeah, a lot of potential for those standings to shift through our last 3 games, and that's the most exciting part, is if we see now a team who maybe had a few off games at the start now come up, especially with Sandhawk, it's an opportunity, right? That is, we talked about that volatility on the standings. If any map's going to do it, that's a map that you expect to have those change in the standings, that volatility and around these teams.
Yeah, absolutely, and Sandhawk's just great. That it's anybody's game always, and I think it'll be interesting to see who ends up doing well, because I don't remember, certainly in these new teams, you know, with everybody kind of switching things around, I don't know of anyone who is particularly amazing at Sandhawk above everybody else. So that'll be interesting to see if there's any sort of consistent wins on Sandhawk for certain teams, or consistent, good placement. So we'll have to see how that goes. But Sandhawk's always one of my very favorite competitive matches, so I'm very excited for this. I'm loving it.
Yeah, and we saw those eliminations so far. A couple of these players starting to show up with the eliminations that they can gather, but it's down to the most volatile map, as we said, of them all. Sandhawk is up next after a short quick break. Welcome back, everyone, here for what will be an exciting Game 3 Sandhawk on our first day at the PMEWL Women's League mid-season showdown here in Neptura. I'm excited for what we've seen in the first two games. We just saw, if you missed it, Denzi Bank Wildcats taking the win on Miramar and putting themselves third on the overall standings. But can they keep it up going into what is such a scary, crazy, anyone's game map of Sandhawk?
It's going to be hard to tell. I mean, it's always hard coming from Miramar straight into Sandhawk, right? Because Miramar is such a large map. You got so much room everywhere. And then Sandhawk, you've got super small, super tiny, fast rotations. Everybody's there all at once. So it is going to be a thing to see how Denise Bank Wildcats in particular, after that win, can keep up with that consistency. We'll have to see, Wolf, but for now, we are going to be heading on into the jungles of Sandhawk. I want to see how Slytherin do here. They didn't have such a great time on Miramar. Go with Sandhawk. In particular, let's just see, but a much more even flight path coming in here, a much more even distribution of teams. Fair few going up to the Camp Bravo Paradise Resort area, but for the most part, we're seeing some big splits here.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty diabolical playing path, I think, for these teams not to get where they want to go on Sandhawk, as it is, of course, that smaller map. But you mentioned Slytherin. I think there's a few other teams that we can keep our eye on when it comes to getting those points onto the board. We've already seen, I think, a little bit of a unfortunate showing from NTX Ladies so far in the first two games, as well as we mentioned Wild Pixie Ride, another one of those teams who need to get a few more points on the board with the damage they're dealing out. Unfortunately, though, looks like we had a bit of a kerfuffle with Virtue losing one of their players to Brute Force Ad Astra up towards Town Mock.
Interesting. Okay. Could be some... I mean, Sandhawk is just early fights already. Not playing path, zone. Going to be very easy for a lot of these teams, and that will continue... or rather enable teams to continue to fight early on. So we'll see how that ends up going. Yeah, KYS down to 3 with low health there, as well as the Wildcats already, but that could be just, parachute going a little badly or something, a run-in with a tree, perhaps. We'll have to see how that goes. Bonfire at the moment have tech mocked themselves, but they do have neighbors at close quarters, so they're going to have to be careful with that one. KYS is Virtue and Wildcats there. But here we go. Slytherin and MIR over in Hatton. Now, going to be having some words, it looks like.
You wanted to see more from Slytherin. MIR Esports, top of the leaderboard after our first two games. They are the team to beat. But can these ladies take on what is looking like a mountain of a task? Because MIR have looked pretty darn good over these last two matches. A bit of a slip up in the last one on Miramar. Didn't quite get the position finish that they were looking for. But it's not to say that they don't have the opportunity here for what could be a good 4 elimination point boost for either of these teams if they decide to fight.
I think Hatton is a hard place to really fight from. You've got to be very, very aggressive, and you've really got to know the town well. If you don't, it's very difficult. I do like the Slytherin position here. It's a nice widespread around several buildings, but it does look like MIR are not looking to fight right now. They're very spread out. They're actually spreading out outside of town. They're not really looking for a fight here. So I think Slytherin going to build buildings for a good long while, and MIR are going to go their own way. I think that's how this is going to turn out.
Yeah, I don't expect too much to happen. You realistically would have to see a knock come through in the side of Hatton for a team to really push on an advantage. A bit too difficult with the pressure that a full squad can lay out and the widespread information that they can gather. Nuzik's almost getting shot down on the acceleration of the buggy there, but does get down towards the outskirts. Bonfire female, though, they have pressed their way into the Virtue building, and they have taken down Kowalski. Susu almost gets returned there, but will be able to pop back a peek and another knock onto Delicia. That'll be the second for Bonfire female. Another squad here who needed those points. Can they get the third? They will get the fourth, maybe. If they can get down 24 KA, they almost have the full wipe. Suzu reloads the vehicle, accelerated in, but it's not going to be enough. Here comes the flank, and KYS Virtue, a shocking, I think, elimination here. 16th, one of our top teams from the first two games.
Yeah, that's very, very... I think it's just one of those fluke things, right? Oh, she's got the lime dodge. Envious. I think it's one of those fluke things, really. It's it's one of those things where it's just like, it happens, despite your best efforts. Sometimes you just get put in bad positions, and and your brain just kind of goes, huh, what, huh? And then you're dead. So I think it's just one of those things because, KYS Virtue is a team that we always expect a lot more than that from, certainly. So I think it's one of just those kind of shock things. And it is a shame, but you know what? It's good that that sort of thing happens early on in the tournament. It's only day one. They got plenty of time to get back where they belong.
My favourite, fashion sense for context here is what I need to go after because I am horrible at PUBG Mobile, always have been. I accept that. I am a true bot killer. But when it comes to fashion sense, the favourite thing that I actually loved when we got into the pros, watching all the pros and in the competitive scene was when we had the Godzilla and the King Kong little mascots. Those were so cute. Those were absolutely adorable. That's like the one thing that I wish I could have gotten, but I never bought. And I wish I'd bought it looking back because the little tiptoe dance is a little waddle with the Godzilla walking through. Oh my goodness. This is what I miss.
It was so cute.
Yeah. Or the bee bag. Do you remember the bee bag? The bumblebee bag with the little smiley face.
Yes.
The smiley face bag. That was also something I wanted so much. Yeah, I know. What was your favorite bag, Neptura? Tell everyone.
Favorite bag? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Favorite bag. That's
There's
a hard one.
A lot.
I don't know. I can't say. I will say companion though. The little dog. I think it's only in North America, but the little dog. But they had a sombrero hat on.
The little sombrero dog. I love that one. Actually, I should have gotten. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not in North America. I'm just a European plebeian.
Yeah.
I cannot afford the dog with the sombrero hat.
Same.
Big satch.
Same. Yeah, for real. It looks so cute though. It's great to see other teams have it because it gives us something to look at. It's great.
Oh yeah. I miss like looking at the context. This is one of the things I missed in PUBG was looking at just how people looked in the early games, because you used to get the style. Do you ever like also when you go in game you look at the style of what like people are rocking? In like there's like a meta fashion, right? Like you know what I mean? There's like a fashion bit like everyone's running. Always like in some part.
Always.
Of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah. Yeah. There's always when the new car comes out, it's always that car or something. The Bugattis were popular for a while. I was watching PMPS Korea and it was a certain type of a bag, but I can't remember what it was now. I think it was like a dragonfly or something. It was super cool. I saw somebody wearing that, but of course the Koreas and PEL and things, they get their own special skins, and it was very cool. I was very jealous.
Yeah, see, that's actually where it comes from. Just stuff the skill in PUBG Mobile. Actually, the skill all comes through from the fashion, the wallet. That's what, 100%. Getting the good fashion sense is what you need. And speaking of getting good fashion sense, we did mention $7,000 in the prize pool. Also, 80,000 UC going towards these teams in terms of points.
Wow.
So they can get whatever they want in their wardrobe if they can win this tournament.
100%. A nice prize pool. 80 grand UC dodges is that? That's a lot of dodges, I gotta say.
That is a lot of dodges. That's a lot of bumblebee bags. That's what it is. That is a lot of bumblebee bags. Just saying. Like
it's very, very true. Goodness me. Yeah, but looking at Rook here, do they have interesting, a plain backpack coming in here, but spiced up with the I can't remember what those are called, but the character on the pan, spiced up with that. Pew Pew though has to spice up her health bar just a little bit there, because she is at the moment Bonfire doing some good work here up onto this ridge like this. It's always a great ridge side for me. 4 eliminations on the board right now. There's that lime green dodge that is oh so fashionable at the moment. Looking good, looking nice. Looks like there might be a little bit of a side angle from Slytherin, though, so they're going to have to be very careful here. Just going to do a little turn around there, a little swerve. Down the hill they go. Oh, I'm not sure about that, Wolf. I really
this is brave. Yeah, this is brave. I was thinking just that. Now you've got Slytherin with the high ground. They wrap around, they don't find the pressure, and they get that revive up, but they've given, as we say, their position away. They've lost the high ground advantage, so they have committed down a bit towards this fight, but you can't really finish the fight. You can't continue to put pressure on Slytherin. They now have their compound, they have their high ground. It's going to be a lot harder for the side of Bonfire to continue their spree, and with that zone going down against them, it means that they again have to come through the side of Slytherin to get into that next phase.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot there. I think they may have been going in towards coming off that high ground because the two behind them were going to be replacing them on that high ground. So they haven't lost the high ground necessarily. If that was the plan, that's cool. But the problem is with that zone now, they don't have a ridge to go around and by attack Mock again and avoid Slytherin completely. They now have to push through them, which has kind of forced their hand a little bit. So we'll see how they're going to play this, but they seem confident. They seem like they know what they're doing, so let's just go ahead and trust them. Slytherin, on the other hand, looking a little bit passive here, just trying to hold the fort, see what's happening. I think a little all over the place, because now the rest of the team's just zoomed off into the water, which I don't think is the case. So let's just hold on. I agree.
I think that Slytherin definitely could have pressured Bonfire a little bit more here when it comes to their position. Bonfire definitely have a deficit, a problem here, but they need to get out of. And Slytherin has said, okay, we see your problem, but we're going to let you have the solution for it. We're not going to fight you because we want the zone and we want the position later on, which is great. But the problem also with that next stage 2 zone was you saw it. There's so many teams already inside and have a position, so they're going to still have a difficult time finding a spot, I think, in this stage 2 that's not going to still put them in a fight, but in a worse position where they don't have as much information.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult spot for them. It's hard because that compound is such a great compound, the one that Slytherin had. Unfortunately, all the way down to boot camp is not great. It's very tricky to have. Got teams starting to congregate in that area. So they're going to have to be quick with this. I think Slytherin are going to be focusing on a very quick rotation up to another high ground or maybe to another compound. And that's going to be in their best interest to do so. They will have problems, though, because, of course, KMG, they are in that high. This is the problem that I was starting to talk. Slytherin are going to have a bit of a time getting into zone. Both these teams going to have to sort it out and then go around by Paradise. They're going to want to avoid boot camp completely, I think, here.
Digital Athletics as well, holding on to this quarry. No one around the quarry vote for now. A bit sad. I wanted to see a bit more quarry action. Bonfire female still in this zone, though. I think Slytherin have realised that the potential of holding this compound is so great, but they've almost done a bit too late. They're kind of coming back a little bit, you can see, to try rescue Falca, but unfortunately, I think they realistically, they disengaged so hard that they should have maybe given them up, because now Nuzix, yes, you get back in, but they lost already the position, and Saren here, unfortunately, it looks like the end for Slytherin. If they can find one, can they find two? No, it will not be the outplay, and it will be Bonfire female to get themselves a couple of elimination points more, but you can see the position for them right now going to be a difficult one to get out of. You've got 2 knocks already. Slytherin might decide to push a little bit harder onto this, but the crucial part is Laura, the only one inside this zone.
Yeah, this is very strange, I have to say. Now Rose does make that push as she should, but I think Bonfire played this super well. They've got Laura to cover that angle. She'll be giving that information over her. Yeah, and that is... Oh, no! I thought that was Rose done and done for, but she's not. She gets 1, she gets 2. Rose, 1 HP, but somehow Bonfire have messed this up completely. Now it's just a 1v1 here. Rose is too far away to give any sort of... He has to make her push around to help get Rose to help her, but I don't think she's gonna be able to. No, Laura down. Caddy is the only one alive.
Yeah, Caddy has to do something. He has to push it, but cannot do it. Rose will get the free. Rose will fall, I imagine. QSC will get taken out by KMG. Oh, yeah. KMG Esports on the edge will grab the 1 elimination. That's 1 point on the board for them this game so far. Is Galatasaray moving out of boot camp. Have now got a few contesters here in terms of TPS.
I'm still not over what I didn't even know KMG had an angle onto that. That was insane. Okay, interesting. I'm going to have to recover from that for a little bit, as TPES are recovering from this.
Yeah, I think TPS, though, they got a bit of a problem here. I think they have an exit point, but they don't have the vehicles by the looks of it. I think this is a crucial problem, is they can't really move. Even though they have a building there to cover, you can actually see Galatasaray. They could also even move a little bit around, but I do like that they're just standing in this position, because we've got a line where you can cover each other. Toffee going down as well. This could be the line of falls. Oh my days, Soul Girl. Galatasaray handed them 2 elimination points there. They were not coordinated to take out Soul Girl, and they punished them for it. Where was the support there from Galatasaray? I expected them to keep that formation because it would help to stop the teams coming in from being able to backstab them during this elongated fight, but when TPS ended so fast, they're the ones now with the control.
Yeah, that was great from TPES. There we go. It's a bit of a mouthful on occasion, but I'm trying. Yeah, TPES, that was a really good spot for them. They're still on that low ground. There's now 3 around them, but this is a much better result from them compared to the first two games. So we are seeing a little bit of that Sandhawk magic come into play here. Nice to see. And 2 eliminations on the board. That is points. Cam Gino moving in as our question mark. It seems like question mark and Galatasaray seem to really gravitate towards each other, doesn't it? I mean, they're here again, next door neighbors.
But I think question mark also one of these teams that love to hang on the edge of this zone now. Galatasaray really tried to expand their control of boot camp. I think staying in boot camp for now would have maybe been a little bit of a more beneficial thing to do with the zone. Looking with so many of these teams coming towards that center point, they could have held that compound away from teams, looked as a 4-man squad for that information on teams rotating in. Now coming out, I think they looked for their fight, yes, versus TPES. They could have actually done what KMG done. They could have stopped KMG moving in onto that compound later on, and then later on they moved, as I say, up towards that northern side. So a bit of a mistake coming through from them. TPS moving now into question mark here for their own skirmish, but question mark, they have a bit of an angle here. They have the back line to cover. In TPES, they just don't have an angle into fight. Question mark, they will lose one already. Now comes the support from the back line. Solgo's already down. Samina will throw the nade through the smoke. It's a blind one. But can they find something? Yeah, we'll find one. They grab the first knock. Samina looking for a second grenade. The information, though, being given away by Solgo this entire time. Mali knows where they are. But is the communication accurate enough? Are they brave enough to step over? Yes, they do. They grab one, even elimination, but it's straight back on by Lisa. Lisa, though, punished by the underside of the hill from the final member of question mark. Question mark keep themselves alive for now. Samina on the revive. Lisa looking to try move back towards the team. Bertha still from question mark, making a revive of her own. Keep in mind, though, KMG, you can see the nades from behind. They're looking for one. They actually nade themselves. That's one knock elimination. KMG with a cleanup for a second time in this game. Rook Dream Core also in a bit of a pickle. Is NTX look to have their number pinned against the rock, pinned against the blue zone. Here is Crystal from the flank.
Oh! Sage Nova having no chance there. NTX just taking her down as we move in with a DB. Going to be doing some good work there. Taking a little bit of a revenge for Satan Nova there. Get elimination immediate mop. Those who are going in 130 meters from zone. And Wild Pixie's still out there. What's she doing? She's still out in the zone all the way out there. But at the moment, NTX are going to be eliminated in 12th place. One elimination. So there is some point forward. Back to TPS, though. They've done such a good job. MG, been excellent. Some really, really forward-thinking rotations coming in from them. And like you said, second backstab in the game so far. So they're doing very, very well for themselves.
That zone, though, look at how dire it is with that hillside. Such a divide between these two halves of the map. That compound, though, on the bottom, really, it is down to either the side of Wild Pixie or maybe Digital Athletics looking to take that compound on the south. Could be a crucial point of protection in an otherwise very open end game here still. Only really the trees, the rocks here to cover these teams. As you can see, moving into that final zone. Too difficult for those late rotation teams. Pain Ladies in some trouble, but not before Galatasaray will fall down. So will KSA. Or MIR, should I say, as well.
Oh, yes, indeed. Nice little backstab now coming in from the Wildcats. Moving in, gets the one. Can't quite find second knock, though. It's going to be a little bit more tricky than that. But I think KMG, they've got a big game ahead of them, I think, because the zone does favor them. But look at the response. Oh, my goodness, O'Daddy almost going down there. Great little nade, and she does go down to a second nade now. Wildcats with those nades, they don't mess about with throwables, man.
Yeah, and this is also the height advantage again. They know they can hear the footsteps of those players climbing in away from the blue zone. They have this control. Density Bank Wildcats again in the zone, the only team realistically with this control, but can they keep it for again another game? Goats looking to try and move their way forward. But they have revived now, Daddy. Up against once more. KMG here. Can they make a surprise nade? In over the top. Rolls it in towards them. The second one as well. On top, they will find IWE. One on O'Daddy, but here come also the rest of KMG behind. They've got 2 points of pressure in Wildcats. They need to keep this control. That nade onto O'Daddy will keep one at bay. Focus back onto KMG. It's KMG looking now for their own elimination opportunity. TPS, Wild, Pixie, moving in from that south end in their own skirmish.
I mean, KMG doing excellent work here. Wildcat just a little bit too... Oh, TPES now going down. It's so hard. KMG just having a phenomenal game. They know exactly where to put themselves. Wildcat's just a little bit too focused on their forward side, not looking at their back at all there. TPES just inching into the zone, but she's got some cover for now. But long down she goes to the DBS. That is going to be them eliminated, as KMG now have to do a little bit of reviving here. They were down to a duo. Diablo got 4 eliminations. GG's girl, but 7 total eliminations for them. Sagita is the only one dead so far. So looking very good. They are only 2. Oh, hang on, Diablo. Make that 5 for her solo count there. My goodness me, looking very, very good. Down to our top 4, Wolf.
But they don't have control of that zone. It goes back towards the Denzi Bank Wildcats. Now, have been proving a little bit of a problem, a thorn in the side here for the Wildcats, is they have still got the pressure on the side flank. Denzi Bank very focused right now. Deku looking for that vision, trying to find a little bit of an overpeak from the side of Group Valkyries. But they're not giving it to them. Now as Go Valkyries look to climb up on the edge of that zone, Denzi Bank will look for an opportunity. Brute Force falling down and forth. In the meanwhile, it's still the Valkyries look to climb onto the summit, but O'Daddy will fall short. Now it's down to 2. Christo, the only one remaining, is Militia. They'll all fall together, and it will be Denzi Bank coming straight over the top of the hill, surprising KMG with the fire of the hello. And now Alem looking for more. As they look for the revive, look for the punish, back across. They don't have any nades to throw forward. They're going to have to push only with...
Oh my goodness, this is very interesting. KMG just letting the ball down, whatever that phrase is, just a little bit there, allowing Wildcats to move in, and now there is another knock. It is just 1 left for KMG. Have they thrown this? It looks like they might have done 2 on 1. Wildcats moving in with the DBS, and that's a back-to-back chicken dinner, Wolf.
That is a back-to-back chicken dinner, back-to-back control of those zones. It looked a little bit harder there. Goat Valkyries gave them some grief, but it is nothing that Denzi Bank Wildcats couldn't deal with at the end of that game, shaking down the threat of KMG Esports there. Still, though, you've got to give it to KMG. Nebshura, they got so many eliminations in this game, and that's what we talked about in that leaderboard, putting them right back on to the top of the rest of those teams.
Yeah, brilliant game from K. It is a shame that they couldn't quite grab that win, but yeah, KMG had some phenomenal rotations, really on the ball when it came to that, and the Wildcats showing everybody else who's boss. Another 18 points. I mean, if that doesn't put them at the top of the leaderboard, I don't know what will, Wolf, because that was just such a great game from them.
Yeah, Denzi Banks really showing that consistency there in what looked to be a quiet game until it wasn't. Right at the end of that Sandhawk match, a lot of the teams falling right at the end of those final stage 4, stage 5, stage 6 rotations when it came push to shove of that blue. I think, though, also props to Go Valkyries keeping themselves in that final 3rd position. Definitely going to help them when it comes to keeping that consistency, because we do have to keep in mind that a few of those teams that were on the top of the leaderboard fell down early or in the mid-game portion of that Sandhawk match.
Very true, very true. Yeah, we did see a lot of those teams, Galatasaray, go down as well. And I will say that Sandhawk, generally, we've mentioned this before, is generally a map where teams lower on the leaderboard can have a little bit of redemption, and we did see that in TPES. They had a very good game there. You could finally see a little bit more of that synergy coming through. They were playing as a team. They had some good eliminations in there. Unfortunately, kind of got crowded out by a lot of other teams, but that happens to anybody, and I think they had a good game here. I'm quite pleased with how they did. Slytherin and Bonfire, I'm very confused with what was going on there. I'm going to have to read that because that was just insane.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes I think also coming through in these teams that we could highlight through from that last match. But as we look at those match rankings, we can of course see Densbank with that chicken dinner. But Brute Force in third, they also got 7 eliminations in that match. They did fall towards the end of it, but a little bit of the unsung heroes when it comes to also doing their fair share of damage.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Very quiet. Very quiet 7 eliminations coming in from them. I'm not sure that we even saw who the nations were, but some really good work coming in from them. Again, a very consistent team so far. We'd like to see that. For TPES, we do see 7 points total, so that's a fair few points there. But of course, it is going to be, I believe, Diavla. I think it's Diavla. Quote me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Diavla from KMG here being our MVP for this game. Love to see it. He got all that. You know, I have never been able to read those, what are they called? Spider graphs? What are those called?
Oh goodness. Star charts, I think they were. We used to call them, at least for us. Yeah, I think that's the name. Right. Oh my goodness, I feel pretty dumb right now. I used to use these, but they can't be star charts unless we're counting it as 6. It could be a hexagon chart. Okay, that's what we're gonna call it because we can call it a hexagon chart. That's what it is. That's the new name. I disagree with anything else.
Yeah, totally. Agreed. Yeah, but GG's there for Diavla. As we move into limbs and damage, look at Bonfire doing some heavy stuff over there for 6 eliminations, so not a bad result for all that damage at all, especially when you consider how early they went out. I mean, they only got rid of 1 team, and then, well, frankly, Slytherin as well, but in some ways, yeah, they got that. I wonder, if they got that. No, they didn't. Never mind. I'm not going to say anything else. We're going to move on. We're going to go to the rest of these teams. Galatasaray doing a lot of damage as well, but only for 1 elimination.
Yeah, I think I'm actually looking towards the teams that didn't do a lot. And we talked about those teams at the top, yes, not getting the points, but 4 out of the 5 bottom-placed finishers in this match all are on the left side of our leaderboard. All have had consistent enough, good, solid games for their first 2 matches. But this one, a bit of a slip-up for them. So we've got to see if those teams can come back, or were they just great in the first 2 games alone? As we look at that player focus, Diavla, of course, that MVP from Sandhawk, there with the 5 eliminations, of course, in our number 1 position so far. But also, you've got to have Bank Wildcats who again get Voodoo up here for the 2nd time now in terms of the player focus.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice to see Voodoo up here again. She was a regular on the player focus boards last season, so really nice to see her back at it. Hate Me, Blair, and Saren as well, all really doing well on this Sandhawk. Again, similar survival times, except Saren, who got a fair amount of damage, more than some of these players, but in half the time, so big GG's there. But yeah, very even across the board, 1 player per team sort of deal here. Very nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, that damage all coming, I think, from the skirmish between Slytherin, right, and the earlier portion of the game. I think there's a couple of mistakes we could draw on there, but still fair enough. It was a pretty exciting showing between the 2 teams. As we come to the overall standings here now for our teams after our 3 games out of 5 today, Densbank Wildcats having the top of a little bit of a break here, but also a few rising stars in the leaderboard. KMG, Digital Athletics, and Go Valkyries all trying to cement themselves here in that left side of the leaderboard, knocking down actually Galatasaray to that right side.
Ooh. Wow, that's very odd to see. Even this early on, you don't generally see that. And KMG, I mean, taking advantage of the kind of the third game, going all the way from second page rather, all the way up to sixth place, just like that, looking very, very nice for themselves indeed. And question mark doing well, holding on to that top 5 position. So yeah, looking very good for everyone concerned. But yeah, I mean, the Wildcats with a back-to-back win, they are definitely going to be topping that leaderboard. So big GG's going their way.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a showing still required from a few of those teams that we've been talking to. Bonfire, Wild Pixie, Pmmi, Slytherin. We need to see what they can do coming into their fourth game. But as we look into the overall top 5 eliminations so far of tournaments, it is Bertha with those elite 8 eliminations. Diavla still, of course, with 6, and many of them coming from that last unhawk match, but I think it would be the names that you would expect right so far coming from last season into this season that we see again on the top 5 eliminations.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I just gotta say kind of big ups to Diavla there, because you're right. Those eliminations to come into the top 5 overall from pretty much one game, that's a lot about the player, but it's really nice to see the consistency from all these top 5. I mean, you have 8 and then you have 6. I mean, there's no difference there between these players. You just gotta love the consistency coming in through from all of the teams. It's very, very consistent across the board, and that's what makes these women's league games so exciting.
Yeah, and I think that's the volatility that we were looking for, the back and forth. We don't want a team, as great it is, to break apart. We want to be holding on to the edge of our seats right until that last game to see who gets through into that next phase 2. But we'll be right back with the second Miramar game of today after another quick break.
Things haven't really been working out as well between us, and I just
cutesy, you know, like that's the word we're looking for.
Right.
Like cutesy is like the thing it just goes straight towards me. It talks to me.
Absolutely, 100%.
What are you
Totally,
feeling? Are you like a Halloween person? Like what's like your favorite time of the year?
Ooh, favorite time of the year?
Yeah.
You know, I think it's actually my favorite season's spring, so that's probably my favorite time of year, theoretically, just as everything gets warmed up. I've never been that much of a Halloween person. My sister is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know in terms of like the holiday stuff what my favorite would be, but I don't generally like get into super. I guess if I get into like a vintage Christmas vibe, then that.
Vintage Christmas vibe.
Vintage
Ooh.
Christmas, yeah.
I like your vibe. I like the vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be interesting. I've not had that before. I've got to try this one time. One year I'm going to try it. But also, I want to, one time, this zone to go to Oasis, it's teasing us with that northern shift once more. A bit of a more northern shift. Yeah, a bit more northern this game. And I'm curious, actually, how these teams will use a similar zone. The first time we saw it, maybe there is an opportunity for teams to not be so sure. But now these teams, they've played a game like this before. I want to see how they benefit from a similar zone and improve on their mistakes that they made. If they, well, I'm sure they all made some small mistakes to larger mistakes from the second game.
Totally, yeah. I'll be interested to see that as well. I particularly want to see some different kind of ideas from Wild Pixie, TPES, and Question Mark in particular. I think those three teams come to mind when we're talking about kind of getting stuck in the last Miramar, and those end game zones. They really kind of got stuck there. So I'd like to see maybe some different rotations, some more forward-thinking, foundational rotations and positions coming in from them, and we'll just see how it goes. But this time it's Digital Athletics that look like they're having a little bit of trouble with their players.
Okay, surely though, question mark, understand that Goat could be doing a strategy again.
Right.
They gotta be aware that someone will be possibly up there on that man's side, and maybe even looking for that opportunity. The information you can see Molly overlooking through the windows, and they won't be able to spot O'Daddy just yet. And I want, yes, them to keep the vision on question mark, but I'd actually love to see the rest of Goat Valkyries. O'Daddy have a vehicle there to return back to the rest of the team, but allow the rest of the team not to have to all pile in just for one look on a vision, but they already know a team will be here, but look further afield, because Goat Valkyries, they made this mistake in the last game where, yes, they had this early game vision plan, but later on, it seemed to fall apart a little bit, right? They lost control of information on the map coming into those later portions.
No, absolutely. They absolutely did. I would really like to see the team sort of wrap around, go up to that big mountain directly north of San Martin, kind of like a sand dune almost. It's not really a mountain as such. But I'd like to see them kind of try and cut them off to the north a little bit, since that's where the zone seems to be going. Try and get some angles that way rather than just having the one on the mountain. You know, as you said, get as many angles as possible, but also that allows them to kind of have a look further afield and see what's happening elsewhere so they can move accordingly. I think that would be nice to just see them kind of play a little bit bigger than they're playing at the moment. This feels a little bit limited to one team or one specific area. They got to further branch out on their horizons a little bit more, I think, to really do well on a Miramar with the Northern Zone like this.
Right, especially with the Northern Zone, there's so many opportunities as well in terms of the hills. So much opportunity with the high ground for these teams. And I think we still saw glimpses of it with Payne being one of those teams that we look back to our second game really taking advantage of that high ground. I'd actually really love to see teams take control of the high ground earlier on and look to try punish those rotations on the main roads of teams coming in. Particularly on that phase 2 mark, as teams start to think about where they're going to rotate after that first shift. And I think we could see a bit more advantageous positions along those roadsides on these teams for this game, Matt.
Yeah, I would really like this a lot. I will say I really like what the Wild Pixies are doing here. This seems a lot more, I'm going to say the word again, forward thinking from them. This is a lot more responsive from them. They're looking for a little bit of that high ground. They're moving together. They're moving quickly. I think it's less than a minute or just over a minute since we've actually landed. So this is really good reaction times from them. And Question Mark's starting to make their move as well, but it looks like somebody's got a little bit of an over angle from them. Yeah, it's the Wildcats already on the move, already looking for blood, and they're just going to be moving on out there. Taya over for Goat over here, looking like she's alone for this one. This could be very dangerous. Question Mark just roll on up. Oh no, Wolf.
Yeah, they make a lot of sound here moving in. Maybe the footsteps have been heard. The rest of Go are coming on their way. But Question Mark, they clearly do not want this fight. They're on their own rotation up northern to a bit of the more central part of the zone here in half end of Patton. Back towards, actually, the San Martin City. They've retreated back to their own position. But now here, Denty Bank Wildcats lay. And it also see this team coming back to the same position. They will be safe. The city will protect them for now, but they got to be aware that coming back to the same position time and time again, more and more teams as this game goes on will be looking towards that city as an entrance point into that northern zone if it continues to go further north.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. I think they came back when one of their players got knocked. I think they tried to get that revived, but they've continued to stay there, which puts them in a little bit of a tricky spot, especially if Goat continue in that vicinity. They could very easily sandwich them here. Goat, though, looking on to TPES. Lisa, my girl Lisa, going down again. Not sure what's going on there. Oh, very nice shot coming in against Elem there. They saw her, they took the shot, and they got it good. So very nicely done there. Little bit of defense coming in from Question Mark here. But if you look at the leaderboard there, Wolf, you're seeing a lot more damaged players. So we're starting to see these teams come alive a lot sooner.
For sure, and I think this is proactive and the comfortability of getting into competition now from these teams. The proactive move, should I say, of these rotations. A lot of these teams making those earlier rotations into the zone, understanding the importance of the early positions and getting a stronghold through this game, especially when we saw last time around on Miramar, teams making those later rotations, getting stuck on the edge of blue zones, not having a plan because they didn't have the information set up beforehand. A few wider rotations we can see coming through still here from the likes of Brute Force at Astra on your eastern side, and also KMG also from the left. Coming around El Pozo, I will be interested to see how they navigate the later on zones, but the cluster of teams inside that center point so far, really looking like there could be some chaos about to break out if that zone takes a hard shift in one direction.
Well, I tell you what it is, Wolf. Everybody's clustered over where the end zone was last Miramar. They've decided because it's a similar zone that it's going to go the same way. So they've all decided to go there. Interestingly, Rook, in particular, have not taken a massive off rotation away from everybody. They've gone center as well. There they are. So we're seeing them come into play much, much earlier. KYS Virtue got a good hold on this area, but just a little bit too spread for how open it is. For my personal taste, I much prefer it when teams stick together a little bit more here, but it looks like it could work for now. TPES over in water treatment, so looking good there as well. I want to say that's Wildcats just behind KYS Virtue, but I'm not entirely sure about that.
Yeah, in KYS Virtue, they have to be really careful here because 24K, they really are the point of pressure that they can provide. It's going to stop those rotations coming along the roadside of Death Valley. You've got this set up for the 3 players that are going to stop those rotations, not only across the road again, but especially from players coming later into the zone from the south side in towards that point, because Death Valley really is going to be a crucial point of control. If it does shift there, you want to have that strong position. So we're saying we will set up a position there for now and see where the zone will decide to go later on in stage 3, stage 4, when we really start having to think about those final rotations we're making in towards the end game.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I will say this could be a little bit of a mistake coming in from TPES. Just a little bit more of that kind of awareness that's a little bit lacking here. You're seeing Rook onto their right side on the mini-map just creep up onto that hillside. That's going to effectively bar them from any movement outside of these buildings. They're going to be kind of stuck here. So they got to be very careful of that. It looks like Rook just going to be able to have that advantage over them. And Galatasaray moving in on the opposite bank. This is not looking good, but Payne looks to possibly be moving in on a knock that they've gotten. Here we go. Stetzy can't mess up this monster truck. It's prone to overturning, and it's not going to. She's good to go, and she's going to be pushing this.
Look, Payne, they've got an opportunity here to get back on this leaderboard. Wild Pixie as well. They also need these elimination points. They need to play some points in this game to get back into the standings. Galatasaray, though, it's not really been the day that we thought it would be for them. The dominant showing of last season isn't quite here, echoed in this one today. Toffee down, looking for the revive. Is Go Valkyries making their stand on what could be another strong positional fight for them. Gristo closing with O'Daddy slowly. Toffee will be allowed to revive back up, but they are staying to get that smoke. He is vulnerable to a potential position of a nade if they can find them, but they finally will separate. They catch O'Daddy, not willing to be fast enough on the trigger, and now it comes for Maddie to wrap around the rest of Go Valkyries. They've lost the side man. Gristo's going to be blowing down, and Galatasaray saying not today in this game. They will stand.
That's brilliant. I love that because Laura is now going to be able to get res back up, and that's fantastic. It is interesting to kind of watch Galatasaray in these last few games, Wolf, because they have not been really performing as we would expect them to. They're just not winning those 1v1s. I kind of wonder if this is a little bit of on purpose play here. I know some teams will perform better under pressure, under a lot of pressure, and so some teams will actually kind of make that pressure up for themselves by not doing well and then putting themselves behind in points. I wonder if that's kind of what Galatasaray are doing here a little bit, because they're doing it well enough where I know they've not lost that magic that they've had the last few seasons. I know that's not the case, so I'm kind of wondering if this is on purpose here.
Yeah, I mean, on purpose, I mean, everyone wants the chicken dinner, right? But you can definitely see the tip of the iceberg so far on what skill they can show. In that team fight, really bring him back and bring him, hopefully, through this game back to the left side of the leaderboard too. Pain Ladies, though, on that right side as well, have decided to retreat, as two of their members did go a little bit down, did get shot down and they will be reviving back up. NTX as well, moving through this water treatment difficult location. As we said, all of these teams realistically have piled in here on the earlier stages. We're at one of those teams, but in a much more advantageous position, I would say. On this high ground, really can control how NTX leave this compound, or at the very least, really have that vision, that information on where they'll be going, and allow Rook to make a more informed decision, as we say, moving themselves later on in. But they're looking to whittle down the health bar so far. Allow NTX to know, hey, we're here on this hill. You're not moving up.
Mm-hmm. That's so important, isn't it? Sometimes, a lot of the time you want to make sure that the team doesn't know you're there, but sometimes you want to make that power play where you go, oi, I'm over here. Don't even think about it, and actually go the direction opposite. You really sometimes want to make that kind of message, send that kind of message over to that team, and I think that's what Rook's doing here. Very nicely done, because it kind of messes with their mental a little bit as well. You kind of want to kind of make that psychological warfare as well as physical in-game warfare. So I like to see a little bit of both being used there. I'm not sure what we missed from question mark, but they're down to a solo, which is unfortunate because they've been having a really good night so far. But MIR just chilling. They've got a compound, they've got high ground. They just need to wait for zone. Hopefully it goes to them, and they will be sitting pretty.
I mean, maybe it looks like the Wildcats, they do have 3 eliminations. It could have been them that take down question mark here. Question mark. We've seen what they can do, though, when they have lost players. A similar story in Game 2, and then they came all the way back. And here is going to be a big potential move, to the Oasis. Almost there, but a really dangerous zone here, because it is really that high ground. Pain Ladies, also KMG, Galatasaray, all going to be these teams that have such a strong position. You can see Brute Force also taking that northern mountainside. A big split though in that middle of the zone, and it's all going to be how teams just now rotate in towards those mountains on the outskirts, because getting through that center point later in the game, that's going to be death.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to, let's put it that way. I know Rook are just absolutely furious right now because they had such a good spot and it's been taken away from them. But at least they have a really nice gatekeep position for a little while until the new zone pops up. So they can't be all too mad about it. They still have plenty of opportunity for some big points there. But Pain and Wild Pixie, with this zone now pressuring them, they've got to finish up this fight. It does look like it could be in Pain's favor, except you have MIR suddenly showing up right next to Pain. Say Baby has to now move away, and rightly so. Yeah, getting shot at already, but that could be the death knell for Pain in this fight. They could absolutely put this over on to Wild Pixie's side.
Pain Ladies, they need these points, as we said. They've been a bit quiet in terms of the engage. MIR, also another team that is now wrapped around, but they are expanding out, looking for the information on MIR. They hear the shots going through, looking for maybe a cleanup one-to-one of the injured MIR members. Galatasaray also sniping fire across the mountaintops onto Virtue here, Aquarius, making sure they also won't be able to put any damage on the moving members of KYS Virtue.
Very nice. Really nice reaction time from Pain, actually, to move and trying to third party that knock there. Kowalski under fire from Galatasaray here. Oh, and finally goes down to Tafida. They've somehow lost Laura, though, which is a real shame, because Laura is very often their MVP. So shame to lose her so early on. They really could have used her, but still 4 eliminations without her, so they are good to go, at least for now. Maddie, or Seema rather, I always call her Maddie because I forget the SI in front of that. Seema there doing her bit, and Sarah up on the back here, still looking at MIR here, but still has one, so she can't overheat too much. So it's all looking, I keep looking at that leaderboard there. It's just a mess. There's nothing consistent there at all. It's all over the place.
But Pain really have the control here. It's MIR that needs to come up into the zone. They're the ones at the edge, so it's how well Pain are able to control this high ground advantage that they have built up for themselves. Brute Force also an aid into the building, will punish through a couple. There comes the molly to burn them down even more, and the rest of Bonfire Female, they have to go for the run. It's Brute Force. They looked to try cut them off from the outside, but that flank from the right just a little bit not quick enough to catch out those moving members. They move behind a wall, behind the house. They get away from danger for now, but here come even more players in behind the Brute Force. They need to finish this fight quickly up. You can see that there's more opponents behind them. It's going to be Brute Force going for the play, for the push, but they don't have the information through the smoke. It's all gone wrong. Bonfire Female are able to keep the defense alive. In all the meanwhile, here comes slithering their way onto Bonfire Female for the cleanup, looking to take all the elimination points. Dino barely keeping themselves inside the building, healing their way up. Smoke down, slithering. Nade coming through the building. They're looking for the angle. Can they find it? No. Gets blocked by the window, the smoke. Avoiding the danger for now. I would have liked, though, to actually have those smokes on the windows. Stop the possibility of nades being so easily able to come through those windows. Being so low.
Wow, Slytherin have actually retreated a little bit. They've held off the pressure slightly, which I find interesting. I'm not sure why they wouldn't go for that zone and everything, but that was pretty much an easy cleanup there. They just had to push as a squad, but it is what it is, and actually Bonfire able to move out a little bit as well. So that engagement making way for this one as we look at KMG. Having a hard time against Rook here, actually. Only down to one. Gonna try and get the spread. I think they'll be able to just about get it if the nades don't get them. And up to the battle. Oh, it gets one. Does not get the other, though. KMG falling down to Rook Esports. Very nicely done. Or Rook Dreamcore, rather. Sorry. Doing very well for themselves. It's a much busier game from them. Much more vocal game. And it's paying off for them.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to know that if they want control in this game, they have to establish a point in this zone that they can call their own, and you can see it from both Sliver and from Rook. They're taking this western side of the map for their own equally. MIR still struggling, though. They couldn't get up here versus the Pain lady, should I say. And now MII Esports in a bit of a pickle with even more of those squads coming in on the later rotations. Those teams get control on the earlier parts of the zone when it moved, and now they're making those later rotations, causing that dilemma for them. Rook Dreamcore also needs to now move as that zone has actually shifted a bit more towards the center, where we talked about was the big problem zone for this zone.
Oh dear. PUBG just really is not giving these girls a break, is it? It's putting them in the worst possible places on the map. So funny to watch from our perspective, because it's fun. But Slytherin doing an okay job here. They got some high ground. Now they have the upper hand against MIR. Is this going to be MIR's first bad game of the night? We'll have to see. Certainly could be if they play their cards right here. Looking fairly good. Unfortunately, we did see the Wild Pixies leave the game. They've been sent back to the lobby. There we go. And so we won't be seeing much of them, but Pain's still in here with a trio. I'm not sure where they've gone, though.
Slytherin also making their move forward down. MIR are running out of space, quite frankly. That's towards the blue. It's the wrong way, MIR, but they're looking for a bit of control. If it can find it towards the blue, then so be it. But Pay Ladies, they found their elimination. Bonfire Female will be the next squad eliminated. Pins it between their MIR. And it's a bit curious here how Pay Ladies have been able to get into the center without being taken down. I'm surprised they managed it, especially with MIR there around them. So many teams coming from that north and that eastern end. Well, they're not quite safe yet. They need to keep an eye on MIR. They cannot allow them to get down from their hill, but they do need to still get inside of that zone. MIR will be hit by the blue first, so they have a bit of leeway for themselves, but they also need to get the vehicles ready. The VP bus driving down. MIR Esports making their break for it. Here come two so far, but the spray is just not quite quick enough. Sarah is too slow on the trigger, and now MIR, they have their entrance in. They're looking to engage.
GG's, that's bold with that bus, because the bus is notorious for blowing up, being damaged, not driving right. So big GG's going their way. TPES, a great game from them so far. 2 eliminations. They've lost 2 players, but they are still in it, and they're near zone. Certainly nearer than the Wildcats are, but Slytherin, having slithered their way across the hill, they've got a great spot here. Rook as well, having taken out KMG for that spot. They're looking very good, but they are very open, so they're going to have to be very careful. Selena there with great awareness coming through there as NTX do go down in the end. As do, who was that? MIR? Yes. MIR, 5 eliminations in 9th place, so that is 6 points for them. But it is a worse game than we've seen from them so far.
Yeah, MIR really struggling these last 2 games, I think, to get themselves high in those placements, like we saw earlier on today. Pain Ladies, alongside the rest of these teams, maybe getting a bit more comfortable as they warm up to this tournament, to what is still another difficult zone here. Rook, you can see how hard it is to get down off the top of this hillside. Yes, for once, in the early parts of this game, it was great, but in another part of this game at the end, it is so difficult not to be seen by everyone. Pain Ladies.
Yeah.
Nade over the top. They don't even need it. They're already gone. Digital Athletics next to fall, but behind them, Pain Ladies also suffering another knock themselves. It's Rook using their opportunity to get slowly down the mountain. Behind them, though, an opportune potential here for KYS here. Also, Rook carrying themselves.
There
we go, into the vehicle. They're trying their best to get in. I think it's a bit of a desperation attempt. Pain are here. Rook, they might not just last against Galatasaray as well from the other end.
Now, talk about Galatasaray. They're up as 3. They're up. Oh, but the zone has moved directly against them.
Look how far away they are. Yeah, Pain Ladies. This is their control. This is their game. This is their comeback. We said they needed that series of points. They needed that big game. They needed that aggression in the earlier parts. Well, now's the time to show it. Galatasaray, they're trying their best. They found one off. They get rid of Team Slytherin. Down also go KYS Virtue. Looking for a spot of their own, keeping themselves in this game. Galatasaray, they're looking to pincer them down. They will try to demand second place, but they don't quite get it. Toffee now down to 2, trying their best to poke down onto Sarah. They just cannot find this shot down, and that's a crucial knock missed to get into this game. Sarah will heal. They're trying their best, as you also have the rest of Sheila trying to find information for Toffee as best as she can, but Toffee is a big task to come up against. How can the MVP do of last season? They found one. Can we see an upset? Sarah now steps back in. Toffee's moving around. Grenade over the bush. They're looking for a molly, but they're standing still. They're looking for the point to finish off. Stezzy, is this a vulnerability? No, it will not be just now. Sarah still looking for that nade, still looking for the opportunity. But Toffee's over the top, but blowing up into the face. As Pink Ladies will not have the reverse sweep of Toffee, and they take the chicken dinner.
Beautiful stuff there from Pain. I loved how Tafida was moving forward. I thought she was going to miss the nade completely by being super aggressive rather than allowing that grenade to hold her back. But you know what? Pain did perfect. I didn't catch who exactly that was from Pain, but had the nade still in hand. She hadn't thrown it yet and was able to aim it directly into Tafida's face. Epic win. GG's, Pain. Well deserved there. Very nicely done.
Yeah, that was a big Hail Mary play with that nade. If that nade missed, that could have been Toffee taking the upset. Because Pink Ladies, they looked like they were struggling a bit before that nade went off. I mean, Sarah, it was so close to right. If Sarah gets knocked in that position, doesn't have the ability to put that nade down, there's a world where they could have lost that game. But they get the chicken dinner, and they get 10 eliminations on top. 20 crucial points, and they were at the bottom of the standings just last game. That's going to be them for sure on that left side of the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, especially with everything so close as it was. Fantastic result from Pain. That's exactly what they needed. So big GG's going their way. Of course, Tafida coming in with her long-range skill, 376 longest elimination distance. That's nothing to be ashamed of, really. That's a really, really nice long-distance range there. So big GG's. And, you know, we have been talking about Galatasaray all evening, and we're seeing a super good game from them. Second place, almost that win. And I think last time I saw they had 12 eliminations, so I think that's probably at least 14 now. So very, very good game from them as well.
Yeah, keeping up in the standings with those elimination points is... We'll take a look at the standings from that game, and I'm curious to see how it will end up looking, because I think there's been a lot of change, a lot of, I think, upset this game again in terms of some of these teams who were falling behind, getting out of points. But the one dark horse to me that has been standing out this game has been Rook, because Rook survived a long time in that game, and they were also second place, I believe, in the last game overall after that third match. So potential for Rook here to steal the show when it comes to that consistency that we've been asking for throughout today.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you think about MIR not having a great game so far, for Miramar even. They only had, I think, 6 points there. So, yeah, here we go. 20 points for Pain. Galatasaray with 18. Rook with 11. Mir with only 5. So we are looking at Rook stealing maybe a little bit of the show there, as well as Galatasaray. A lot of people stealing the show, actually, ahead of Mir. So we could see a lot of upsets, as you're saying, particularly in that top 5. Because, question mark with 0 points that game. GOAT with 0 points. KMG with only 1. So we're seeing, I think, probably a few switcheroos on that leaderboard.
Yeah, as we take a look at a bit more of the stats on the eliminations and damage here. Big damage through from Galatasaray. 2,700 damage. The biggest by a big margin so far in the tournament, and I think really goes to show that yes, they came alive in this game and they showed us what we were really looking for, that Galatasaray that we saw in the last season.
Oh yeah, there's just, and that's honestly, that is even weak Galatasaray, I think. This is not even their full potential or their full strength. I think they're holding back quite a bit. It's first day, so they should. But even with, it just goes to show you the kind of the talent of the team when 12 eliminations and 2,700 damage, and I'm kind of like, nah, there's more in the tank. There's more, that we haven't seen enough of them yet. That's crazy. And just that one game, 3 out of 5 are Galatasaray members on this player focus board.
Yeah, it really shows you the amount of damage that they were able to do to this lobby in this match, and they're still Pain ladies making their statement, I think, game so far out of the 4. Really say maybe having a really good showing in terms of the elimination, and I liked the aggression that really Pain were doing towards the end of the game. They were maybe arguably a bit too passive earlier on, but the rotations, I liked it from the later portions of the game, coming into that circle centric point that they're able to control for themselves and really getting into that death zone without losing a single member, and then keeping that control and that aggression up towards the end of the game. Also, Wildcats, a bit of, I think, a struggle this game. The other person here on the player focus, but Elam's still able to put out 3 eliminations nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, points on the board are points on the board, especially when we're this early into the event. So, you know, there's all kinds of things to play for, but the Wildcats hold on to that number 1 spot at the moment, at least. Rook just a little bit behind them, though, only 6 points, and MIR tying with Galatasaray after that game with 33 each. So, yeah, big upsets going all over the place. KMG second board, question mark in 11th place now, but TPS moving into 8th and Pain into 6th. I mean, it's all upside down.
Yeah, I think for sure some definitely bigger changes on leaderboard for sure. I think NTX actually another one of those that were slightly falling behind right on the leaderboard. It's a crucial amount of few extra points that they've been able to gather. They get themselves a little back up on the leaderboard, back to the left side, but the changes of this leaderboard have just been so volatile. I mean, now you see completely different teams up there towards the left side challenging for that left side of the leaderboard versus the right of teams now being knocked down there, but it still remains Denzi and I think Rock here, the 2 teams that have been the most consistent so far when it comes to today, and the 2 teams that I'm looking for to still keep that consistency going when it comes to our final match here soon on Erangel.
Yeah, I do want to just point out, I think 8th to 11th place all have 17 points. They're all tied at the moment. So we're going to be looking at those teams, I think, for the final game. Kind of see where they're going to be placing themselves for the final match and see where they'll be placing themselves for the final time for today. I'll hand it to you.
Yeah, for the final game, it will be out to a short break, Erangel, where we'll have all the final action. Don't miss it. on here to the final game of what will be a wrangle of our first day here at the PMEWL Mid-Season Showdown. My name is Highland Wolf, if you're just joining us for the final one, alongside Nectura here to the left beside me. I'm looking forward to what we can see in terms of consistency going into this final game. We talked about it, left on a bit about Rock and also the Denzi Bank Wildcats taking the consistent top 2 spots so far of the leaderboard. Can we see a bit of upset? Because there is some other teams at the top there, Neptune, MIR, who have been slipping down a little bit.
Just a little bit, haven't they? Yeah, I'm curious about that. I want to kind of see added consistency, just because I will mention it's getting kind of late, and it's 10 p.m. for you, it's 11 p.m. for me. I know that some of these girls in Turkey and in this regions, they're going to be an hour or two ahead of us, so it's getting pretty late for
they're
these
in
girls.
Tomorrow, they're in the future.
Yeah, they're in the future. Yeah,
time travelers. I'm jealous.
Yeah, time travelers. Yeah, for real.
An interesting plane path here, should I say also. A very western plane path. So these teams who we saw who like to go towards Milta, up towards that Yasnaya Polyana side, will have a bit of a journey to take before they can get to their comfort locations. It's not too bad. You've still got most of the main central belt of their locations here in Erangel for them to go after, but it's still going to be not as kind potentially as some of the earlier matches. Already though, going to be Pew Pew looking, I believe, onto Bonfire Girls will be the first knock of the game so far.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I love that parachute, by the way, before it goes. That was awesome parachute. I love it.
Fashion, you can never underestimate it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, we've already got stuff going down. Yeah, you're right. Over in GACA, having NTX looking at MIR already. Okay. This could be very interesting indeed. NTX, though, losing 2 at the moment. 1 down low. Oslam has to heal on up, but I don't know that she'll have enough time. We'll have to see how this is going to go. Who? How? And okay, no, I thought that was an enemy in her building up there. No, it's up on the roof. We'll have to see how this works. Just healing up, gonna be going in as a duo. Oh, looking wet. Where?
Oh no!
The window.
Oh, it's so evil here as they lose 1, but they will catch him out. NTX will not lose 2. There they go. The resto, slithering, looking for a grenade. Get back in undercover quick, because Sadai, you need to get the revives up. They're looking for the first. Mm-hmm. But here comes the smoke, you can see.
That had been a nade.
They were trying to block the vision. Oh, yeah, if that was a nade, yeah, goodbye. Goodbye, NTX ladies. We'll see tomorrow.
That beautiful
is here. A bit of a push. They need to be quite aggressive here, though, Slytherin. As the revives come back up, the numbers will come back up. So I'm looking to do exactly what Slytherin just tried to do to then look for potentially maybe even a drop down. You could go on to 1. It would be risky.
Ooh.
But you do have Zeshus here at the top as well. They're going to look for it as they come up to the top of the roof.
Nice not getting tunnel vision, though. She's looking out on the other side of the building. She's making sure there's no one trying to get an angle onto her from the roof side there. That's nice. She got Zeshi up here as well on that window. That's the word. But it looks like a little bit of a stalemate at the minute. They're kind of just getting their bearings, Slytherin just trying to recover. I think trying to recover a little bit of health still before they make their move. But as 3, I wouldn't have thought the delay really makes all that much sense. Oh, but Lena 6 is going to be moving away. What is happening with Slytherin? I'm so confused with their play sometimes.
Looking for a window angle.
Just trying to get an off angle. I guess that's what the deal is here, but she has been spotted, so I think she's become fairly useless in that spot.
Yeah, I think if they took it slower and not given, I think, the footsteps away, the noise, I think, was a big breaker. Yeah. Basically, I was able to notice them moving back. I think if you had still, I think the push of it coming through from the top, even a smoke or so, would have definitely put a lot of pressure on NTX to look towards the entrance to the roof a bit more. It might have actually been allowing Lunatics to find that angle, but because they don't find this angle, they're just back further before where they were. They had a worse opportunity. You can see Lunatics trying to make that smoke road across. Won't get shot down so far, but you can see also the smoke dissipating.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think this could have really, really worked if Linu had done all that and just to distract, and then the two up below them would have pushed, right? And see, they've done this the wrong way. Oh, hello.
Oh, yeah. Well, so I went into the window. I liked the idea.
Oh, my God.
It was a great idea initially, but they lost it. And now Pew back from being down is able to find it. I mean, no idea how they messed that one up. Unfortunate. NTX, they look like they had such control. I think they might have just pushed a bit too aggressive. They could have still, I think, used that roof. There was definitely a bit of pressure coming through on of Slytherin. But they were able to put enough pressure themselves out to force an answer. And unfortunately, it was a mistake.
Yeah, it seems a bit odd. I think Lino did have a plan with making that kind of off angle, even just to distract. I think the duo, as she was making the most amount of distraction, with the smokes and everything, I think the duo, her teammates, should have pushed up at the same time. I think that would have been a really smart play. They didn't end up doing that, and then NTX just kind of handed it to them anyway. So a little odd, I have to say. Yeah, hello. The new zone is the same zone as last Erangel. So what's going on, PUBG? What are you doing?
It's foreboding a bit towards possibility of some North Island again. I mean, look, it went up there a little bit off. It was still a difficult zone last time around. I would be actually curious for once to... It's unfortunately I have to hold my thought about the zones because Wild Pixie, they're getting invaded. The same position again, I believe. Yeah, Wild Pixie going to struggle against Galatasaray. They make the same rotation. Nevada's just dead. There's nothing to be done about it. And Skis off on the hillside will also fall. Lopalop are looking to try to return anything, but it's just going to be a nade to the face. And Galatasaray execute them down one at a time. And it's just clean and simple there from Galatasaray.
Beautiful. Very nicely done. I think Galatasaray are starting to come back into their own a little bit more now. They've decided not to go the quiet route, and they're just going to really grab those points for the last two games. So good on them. But unfortunately, that means Wild Pixies, who needed those points, who have been doing pretty well in their own sort of way, have gone out early. That's not what they wanted. It's not what we wanted for either of those teams, but out they go very early on. I mean, to think about kind of this this new aggression, this very early aggression, we don't even have second zone yet.
Yeah, Mia also looking like they're struggling. I'm looking on the damage of the health there on the rides. They lost one there. Question mark also up against KMS. Or KMG, sorry, should I say. Is they too are looking for the fight. Question mark, already losing one. But they will be able to trade one back. That looks like a vehicle knock that I wish I was able to see. But unfortunately I missed it. Back we go there to question mark. Yes, KMG, and it's fights on both fronts. But question mark, we're going to see them just now make that revive, make the wraparound. And it looks like they've been able to hold on for themselves. As still KMG have let them go.
Yeah, that's unfortunate from KMG. Looks like they might have been caught out on rotation there. But unfortunately for them, but they still have a duo. We saw question mark do very well as a duo, so we'll see what KMG have to offer here. But at the moment, question mark seem a little bit more northern than we saw them on last Erangel, if I'm remembering correctly. And Goat Valkyries, they've been doing really well. Honestly, Wolf, this today at least, the last few games, they've been super duper consistent, not over the top consistent, like super kills and super points and all this sort of stuff, but they have been very nicely consistent. I think that's really what makes or breaks a team when you come to these long tournaments like this. We've got 3 weeks of this, so this will serve them well, I think.
Yeah, go Valkyries here. Also keeping a hold of the ruins. We'll be looking for those rotations as teams make that move in at the end of stage 1 to stage 2, looking to try catch potentially someone off guard, but nothing to be seen on the forefront for now. TPS also looting up, the rest of these teams finishing that first initial early stages before making that first move into the zone. Where would you go, Neptura, if you were looking at this zone and you had to make a decision? Where would be the ideal spots for these teams to be looking at?
Personally, kind of mid-circle on the west coast, or the hill above the bridge area, that hill behind the gas station, that hill there. I'm a big fan of that spot in particular. I like that. But the West Coast has a lot of really nice compounds and a lot of nice hills and ridges with good views. So if they were going to go for something like that, that would be a really good spot as well.
Yeah, you can see some of the rotations coming towards the more western side. Inside of blue, though, looking to get back into some safety. Bonfire female.
Whoa!
Gonna J-turn there. Saran gonna stop to fire back down. Big tree though to defend themselves. Unfortunately, look, it's a double angle issue. And question mark. They look like they might have caught Saran out here. They will be stopped. They will be looked to be run over. Saran, that's going to be the end of them. And Bonfire female will just use that as an informational point to not go there anymore and will go wide away from the rest of question mark for now.
Wow, they still can. Yeah, that was nicely done by question mark. Good rotational elimination there. And I think we've seen 3 rotational eliminations from them so far. So that's nice. Good to know that's what their plan is. NIR, though, down to 3. They're in zone. They've got a good spot in zone as well. This is a pretty nice compound. Still have Fairy Pier and Island in, but I think we can all agree it's most likely not going to go that direction. We're centering on up on those hills just south of Pachinki, and this is exactly where I would go. Those hills where Galatasaray are, perfect. Really, really nice spot there for teams. Anywhere with any sort of high ground, though, I like open ground personally, so I'd always venture that way. If I was in this lobby, though, I'd stay as far away from Galatasaray as possible because they go here all the time. I don't want to catch those things. Absolutely not.
Look, I mean, if you want to be the best, you gotta take down what was the best in last season. And you gotta prove yourself. So they could go. It is a bit of an aggressive move. I will agree with you. With Digital Athletics, we'll just lead straight onto the face of Pain. Unfortunately, Chicken Dinner straight down to 14th, and Team Pain, they will be seeing themselves on another day, as that will be the end of their showing tonight. Digital Athletics also needing these points to get themselves up on this leaderboard. Crucial, I think, the points in this final game here, Neptura, because it's all about setting your mental up strong for that second day of games that they will have later.
Yeah, really good point. You know, this last game, they're using it not so much to continue day 1, but to start day 2. And I think that's really, really important for a lot of these teams, particularly teams on the lower end of the leaderboard, maybe teams without that experience that some of these teams have, like Galatasaray. You know, whatever happens in this game, Galatasaray that's not going to phase them, but it may phase the likes of TPES or maybe even Bonfire, you know, anybody with like a new roster or majority of new players. But yeah, I think it's going well for the majority of these teams. I'm not sure what happened with Pain there, because Digital Athletics looked like they were in full view of Pain and they just didn't see them or something. I'm not sure what happened there, but that's a big rip. But you know what? They had a win today, so I think they can still go home ready for tomorrow without too much of a fuss. And for the other teams, we're just going to have to wait and see. The zone is closing up on to zone number 3 now, and we've seen a lot more action early on in the game. I think we've gotten rid of all the first day butterflies. We're done with that, and we're going to be moving into some real gaming now, as we see a lot of these teams hurting in terms of player numbers.
Yeah, you're really seeing it, I think, as the games go on today. Teams getting a bit more confident in the way they rotate. Teams feeling a bit more confident in what they can control later on in this mid-portion of the game specifically. really like actually this position here from the Wildcats. Overlooking, of course, Mere Esports, but also keeping an eye out on that sort of noodle, the chopsticks, as we call it. And do we still call it the chopsticks? Mm-hmm. Do we still call it after food? The chopsticks.
I think so, yeah.
I love
Yep. Chopsticks.
The gutters that these teams can come through from the flat sides behind them. So Densbank Wildcats, they got a good position for now. They can hold us. There's no real threat right now. They're still inside of the zone. Miro are their neighbours, and they do have to be a bit careful. But can rotate, of course, always bite.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the Wildcats got a fairly good position, as do MIR here. I think MIR are in a better and worse position. Better because of the height of the compound and the structural soundness of the compounds. But I think in some ways the Wildcats have a better position because it's more easily rotatable away from, if that makes sense. I know that wasn't proper English, but we're going to make do with what I had. I think the compound that MIR have is very open on all sides, very easy to shut down any sort of rotation out of there. So we're going to have to see how that fight ends up happening. But I think a lot of the time in those cases when you got two teams on those two different compounds, it's often just a standoff. So it may come to nothing. As this looks like it may end up, I'm not sure actually, because they're downhill like that, I think Question Mark may just end up rotating away, but we could see a fight as well, so we'll have to keep an eye on this one.
So I've done French before. I know how difficult English can be, but more rotatable, how would you even go about that, like in French too?
Oh, like in French?
More rotatable, yeah.
If I knew the word for rotatable in French, then yeah, it would be something. That's it. That's all I know.
Fair enough. I thought you'd be able to help. I thought you'd be able to help me. Oh no. It's all gone wrong. Don't look. Hide in the bathroom. That's it. Go back, Ruth. We got the idea. Oh no, we can't even hide in the bathroom. It's all going wrong for them all. Everyone's gone wrong today. Oh, Daddy, please save us from this disaster.
Oh, that's bad. That's yikes. But you know what? Bonfire doing some good work. We've seen them kind of come up in the world the last couple of games, getting some more points and all that sort of thing. So very nice. But Go, again, been very consistent so far. Only one defeat for the two that they've lost. So not a great conversion there at the moment. But you know what? The fight is still ongoing. I think they might want to wrap this up quick, though, because who is at church just breathing down their necks? Definitely not a friendly person.
Still looks like they have some space for them. I think it will still be difficult for the rotation to come through from Church and Pachinki. I also don't think they will be coming down from the Church. Could be Goats here. I do believe it might be Goat Valkyries there behind. Yes. I don't think they will decide to come down from the Church. It's a good position for now to hold.
It is.
And keep an eye on those teams rotating in. Galatasaray, one of those teams. Eyeing up Pachinki for now as we have sort of lulled down the mid-game pressure here. I say that, but Goat have had a bit of enough of Bonfire female being in their vicinity and have decided to open fire regardless, but it will be a revive. You can see though, look at the snipe from behind. Yeah, Galatasaray looking for the extra elimination point. Caddy, oh my goodness, you had to get behind cover, my friend. We'll need a second knock, and Bonfire female, from what looked like some fair amount of control. Yeah, just two down. And Lara,
that was
not sure if they want to go about this. Goat will at least keep Galatasaray busy right now as they look for the revive and provide some sort of less pressure, but Goat Valkyries are easily keeping an eye on this rotation themselves.
Yeah, this is really nice. I love this from Goat, actually. You see so many times with teams, it's super easy for them, once they're down to a duo, to just kind of freeze and just sit in a compound and not do a whole lot. But you gotta love it from Goat here. You know, when they've got the knock onto Bonfire, they know they can't push. They're gonna turn their attention to another threat onto their side. You know, they're going to Galatasaray, getting a knock there, keeping them busy. They're very active, even as a duo, which is really nice to see from a lot of teams. Slytherin get out. Pew, pew, please don't go down. But she does. She falls. Oh, you hate to see it. The desperation that makes her get out of the vehicle a little too early is her downfall, unfortunately, there, as the zone is not going to be kind to them either. Fail has to come on in, but I think Digital Athletic got a pretty good hold on this. Oh,
I feel like music's gonna come through for the move. Feel like they're gonna cover.
Beautiful.
Digital Athletics, I think they won't be able to find anything off of this. They should find a revive, but can Flaker also get through? They have the smoke spare available. A smoke rod is possible, but they don't have a lot of backup utility. If they use the utility here, they're going to be vulnerable still later on. And as you can see, they don't really have the vehicles here anymore. They've lost their mobility, so they really are in a bit of a pickle. Getting out of this corner, sort of cliffside at the edge of the zone has them on.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. Like you said, I think they have, in fact, lost all their vehicles. Maybe they have a buggy, but certainly not enough to keep them all. And then you have TPES on the other side as well as, so going to be a difficult spot. But maybe TPES will be kept occupied because Bonfire have rocked up. Hello. Coming on in here into this little sniper tower. Not the best spot, I gotta say. I hate these sniper towers. But to be honest, I'm a little bit biased against compounds because I don't do very well in them at all. I prefer open spaces. So going into a sniper tower is just death for me. So I kind of go, ew, why would you do that? So that's, they might like that. So that's fine.
Look, once I saw the triple quadra kill of Nova from the Wizard Tower to win a game in PMGC, that was enough for me to be convinced for the Wizard Tower. That was the moment. If you remember it, you remember it. It's Digital Athletics.
I think I remember it, yeah.
Looking for the nade. Oh, through the planks to the window.
Whoa!
On to go, and they'll find it. That will be the one, and now we can push a go station for here, Digital Athletics on Go Valkyries. It looks a bit difficult here for Daddy. They will try their best, but it looks pretty futile.
Here they are.
They found the angle, and there they will disappear into the ether. The end of the night there for Go, but still they try their best because realistically here, it's Digital Athletics the one who are taking the limelight in this final game. 7 eliminations now for them. This is the game we've been waiting for from them. This is a game we've been wanting from them to climb that leaderboard.
Hello.
Oh no.
Oh, guess the
Question
one.
mark.
Come on, guess the two. Not quite. Oh, no.
Trying to reposition. They'll get an elimination point here at least. Lunduska's trying to pick up what they can. A difficult spot for them. Sliverin surely to full super brute force. They're trying to fight against this full squad of Wildcats, and Wildcats just aren't having it. They won't even lose a single one. And now we've been up to 4. It's the zone. Goes down to the south here. Neptura has gone down towards the compound here. Digital Athletics. They've got a compound to their name. Can they control it?
Oh my goodness, Diavla just falling to her death there multiple times on the kill feed. That was interesting. You know, it's really over. Going back to the Wildcats while they're on screen, you know it's over for you when you see 2 of them come at you, both with the DBS, but one of them doing the jump and shooting the DBS. You know immediately it's over. It's just done. If they're jumping at you, it's not good. It's not good.
Yeah. You know, I mean, yeah, you're just not touching it. You're just not surviving. That's it, and there's nothing to say about it. TPS, looking to survive here inside the zone. They have the edge of it, and they're going to try to gatekeep away the edge of Bonfire. The rest here of also Dentibank Wildcats behind them. Dentibank, they did get the eliminations, but look at the position that they got to come down from. The hillside here into the open. Question mark still there as well. Galatasaray on the other angle. They're really running out of options, and the vehicles again here are not really an option for them.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I gotta hand it to Slytherin, to be honest. They're doing really, really well with those cliff sides. Really making it work for them. 4 eliminations at the moment, and between them and I think Wildcats, they've taken out KMG, so big GG's there. And we still have question mark as a duo again. Okay, never mind. As a solo, going forward. I mean, I think I cursed them. I keep doing that. The minute I mention somebody, they get completely eliminated. So maybe I should just not do that. Slytherin, no,
See,
they got
you've got the
eliminated.
power.
Oh no, I started.
See,
Yeah.
you've got the power in your hands. It's a scary thing to cast a curse.
It is.
But we're understanding it, I'm sure. I'm glad that you understand the great power that you hold over these players.
Yeah, everybody
the
DM
ability
me
to...
tomorrow. Just send me.
Yeah. Who would you like to see first out? And I'll name them. DPS, Chloe, looking over here. They've got no zone any longer, but they still have the compounds. They don't have the forest here, which is where the fight really has gone to. Galatasaray using those tree lines, using the ridge lines to peek back up, find a rogue group member, and take them out. That's going to be the assassination of one. But can they grab the second? They'll grab maybe Digital Athletics. Yeah, I mean, look at the eliminations. Instead of warming up, I think they are a bit on fire in these last two games with the amount of eliminations they've been getting.
Yeah, they're coming for that first place. They've set themselves a goal here. It was first place in 2 games. I think that was the goal there. They're looking to do it so far. Digital Athletics might be a threat to that. They've got 15 eliminations at the minute. They are just killing it for real. Rook getting taken. I'm not sure that Rook even heard her dudes be there, but okay. Very nice. And Wildcats down to a solo as we see TPES finally make their way in. Are we going to get... Oh, no! It could have been a run-over. They crashed on each other.
Oh, and Wildcats, they got rid of the nade. If they just kept the nade, they might be able to find them all. But instead, it will be the Wildcats falling. But they made so much noise. Galatasaray, they know they're all there. They fire down onto TPS. They will all fall. It'll be 13 now for Galatasaray. Digital Athletics versus Galatasaray, the big dogs coming in for this season for their second championship title. But can they grab it? Indeed, in what a full battle it will be. The control vote, Digital Athletics, they have the zone. It's Gala who have to walk in. They've got the back control, they've got the back line, they've got the front line moving forward. Blair moving in, looks for the nade onto one wheel, goes slightly to the left, to the right. Blair hunting for them, but look at Gala, they're moving round the edge. You can see them slowly making that move round into the zone, keeping an eye and keeping the focus on where they want it to be, away from Toffee here, who is waiting to open fire, waiting for the opportunity. Is the two of the main squad of Gala move in on the other side, and you can see the angles that they've got, but if they step up, they will be shot down. But Toffee has opened up. That's the one that they needed. That's the wraparound assassination they were looking for. They pin down Cry. They look at the opportunity, but they miss. They whiff. It is Digital Athletics with one back. 3 for 3 right now. Is Samadhi. Knows where they are though now. Looks for the return. Knows potentially that they aren't looking here towards the right angle, but now the blue zone comes in. They're forced to peek out, and Faresh looking for the opportunity in it through the blue, but they miss. And Gala, they're falling apart. Galatasaray, they're down to 1. It's Samadhi to pull out what they can. They're trying to heal with the smoke, but only a treat of the nades coming through. They're ready to claim the final chicken dinner here. Digital Athletics, they're hunting for the final elimination, and they will find it. It's Digital Athletics with a storm of a final game. 20 elimination points and a chicken dinner. The most dominant performance we've had all night, Lecturer.
That's insane. And from Digital Athletics, I mean, they've been good all night, but not 20 eliminations in one game good. That's come out of a little bit out of nowhere. That's fantastic for them. What a game. Beautifully done there. I think Fire from Galatasaray had a little bit of an oopsie there when she was trying to move out from zone. She didn't quite get her angle straight. She didn't see them coming in behind her there. But very, very well done. A fantastic game from both teams. I mean, you don't get into the upper teens of eliminations by sitting there and doing nothing. So they both had a fantastic game. And Digital Athletics certainly deserved that win. Big GGs.
Yeah, 30 points today in that last game alone. I mean, that is what DA Digital Athletics needed to get them up on that leaderboard. And as we said, the motivation to now come in today too, knowing that they just came off the back of the biggest game of the night in day one. That's what they're looking for. And not even to take it also against Galatasaray as well. What a better way to end the night, or the best way to end the night, should I say, for Digital Athletics.
100%, 30 points total. And just as a reminder, who's on the leaderboard at the minute, top of the leaderboard? It is Denise Bank Wildcats.
Yes.
Yeah, the Wildcats are top with 44 points, and these girls just got 30 in one game. So that kind of just tells you what we're looking at here in terms of the points for this game, how insane that is.
Yeah, this is the Digital Athletics potential that we were looking at from a roster, from an organization that you would expect, given their history in PUBG Mobile, to come out with. And they did not disappoint. And I'm looking forward to what they can bring if they can keep this up, because if they can get another series of games that are as dominant as this, they are looking to be a very scary squad indeed, and a potential shake-up rival to Galatasaray, who were warming up until they were stopped at that last hurdle.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. That was a great game. Great game from both teams there. Gotta hand it to Slytherin as well. They held out for a very long time, got a lot of eliminations. That was really nice to see. Also, who else we got here? Bonfire. Question mark. Been super nice all night, I think. I think they've done a super good job tonight. So I really liked what they were doing in Pachinki, and the zones just don't seem to favor them all that well, so they're not able to really get into those end games to do their thing. But hopefully we'll see that tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think also, to be fair, TPS, should I say as well, they also had a great showing in terms of placement points, being able to get into the final couple of zones there, get a couple of eliminations on their pockets too, so they too will be able to get themselves a little bit higher on that leaderboard, which is going to be crucial for them coming into that last day of the first phase for them.
Yeah, I was just looking at the end of the right side of the leaderboard there, and it's interesting because you go, there's a lot of people with a lot of teams with 0 points or 1 point, and it's like, yeah, because look who got 33
all the points,
half the lobby in 2 teams, half the lobby, 2 teams, and that there's no kills to go around, there's no elimination points to go around. They all got them. They're being greedy.
Yeah, exactly, and the difference that makes the leaderboard as well is it really forces those teams in the next day to have to scrap harder for those points, because all of the elimination points particularly getting sponged up by those 2 teams, and particularly also, as I say, to Galatasaray, who really have, not only in this game but in Miramar in Game 4, also really brought the heat when it mattered, when it came to trying to climb that leaderboard.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from everybody tonight. I've really enjoyed tonight. This has been such a great 5 games. And this is just night 1, Wolf. I mean, this is going to be insane the next few nights. As we look at that top stuff coming in, interesting, Galatasaray doing a lot of damage, a lot more than their 13 eliminations suggest. So it looks like they've been doing a lot of kind of defensive knocks without trying to push too much onto them. So a little interesting tidbit of information there.
Yeah, and I think that all comes down to the rotations, right, that they were putting into that final zone. They were definitely having to fight their way in versus, I think, Digital Athletics, who had a bit more of an easier time rotating into their zone. They had the compound towards the end game. They had the forest available to them. So they were much more able, as you could see with the eliminations, right, to take advantage of their position over other incoming players into the later couple of stages. And they will not only get the most eliminations of the night, but also the most damage of the night with 2850, just edging out their Galatasaray with a whopping 2,825 or so.
That's nearly 3k damage. You rarely see that. See that. That's fantastic.
On two teams.
Yeah, on two teams. Yeah. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've sort of seen the most interesting point of this is not just these big stats from Galatasaray or Digital Athletics, but we've also seen it from other teams throughout tonight. Like, for example, I mean, you look back at Miramar and Team Pain, right, and how they were able to get such a big stomp in terms of damage, in terms of eliminations, and you can see actually that this lobby, although it may look big stomps in game to game, it's different teams doing it every time. And Galatasaray, with that big stomp in our last game, enough at least to secure themselves first. But Digital Athletics, what a climb from 16 points, which would be down at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, to third in just that one game alone.
That's insane. That's very, very nicely done for them. Galatasaray going in 2 points, squeezing past Wildcats with 0 tonight, 0 wins, and yet 37 eliminations. Digital Athletics, massive GGs to them. Denise Bank Wildcats, 2 wins back-to-back on that Miramar and Sandhawk. Some really, really nice stuff from all these teams, honestly. Every win has been very well deserved, I think, and these teams have really made a great first night. And if this is the beginning, where's it going to go from here? I mean...
Precisely right. And if this is only a taster, we still got another lobby. Not sure. We got a whole another 16 teams tomorrow that we get to look at. And some of the big favourites as well in that second lobby as well. But the top 5 eliminations at the end of this first day, no surprise, I think, Toffee. I don't think I would have said, judging off the first couple of games, that we would see the MVP of last season up at the top there at the end of day 1, but these last 2 games alongside Hiladi there, also just so well done for Galatasaray to be able to get 2 of their players on the top of the eliminations points, but of course props to Blair as well. 11 eliminations so far, rivaling that, but damage.
Wow.
That's where you can see. But interestingly enough, the team control.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just talk about Galatasaray. I mean, I know we sing their praises a lot, but if you're thinking about Tofida just doing 11 eliminations and 3,600 damage, and yet she's only contributing percent. It's insane. They're all so consistent and so on each other's level that it's only 29% with all that. My hair refuses to cool off. I'm gonna look at it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you see the difference, right? I mean, less damage from Blair, yet Blair is 44% of the damage of their team. So Blair, much more of a crucial player in terms of Digital Athletics success tonight. Whereas Galatasaray, you can count on any single player in any game to carry, and they'll all be able to do it based on the damage that we've seen so far today. And that's a scary thing about Galatasaray, is that though Toffee looks like the player time and time again, MVP now top of the eliminations today, you know that all of these other players are just as capable of doing the damage. Have you got any final words, Neptura, before we head off for today?
I really enjoyed these games. I love the girls playing so much. I always love it, and I'm looking forward to even crazier stuff happening in the coming games tomorrow night, so I'm super excited.
And it will be the same time tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. We got you covered all this week for the first phase of gameplay here at the PMEWL 2 Mid-Season Showdown. We will be back, myself, Hannah Wolf, and Natura, as we say, same time tomorrow here for the other group. We'll see you there.
that I just